Welcome, my dear family. Before we begin our spooky journey tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with anyone who enjoys bedtime scares. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me up a bit on YouTube. Now, relax, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's story. 1.1 Returning to the Land. I'm 37 now, and if there's one thing age has done for me, it's this. It's made me less impressed by certainty. At 19, I still believed every fear had a source you could name if you looked hard enough. A loose board, a bear in the brush, bad wiring in an old cabin wall, a trick of moonlight through trees. Even when something felt wrong, I thought wrongness itself had limits. I thought the world, for all its ugliness, was made of things that could be understood if you were willing to walk closer, shine a brighter light, and keep your nerve. That was the summer I learned there are places where understanding is not the same thing as safety. Our family land sat in eastern Tennessee, close enough to the Kentucky line that people in town talked about the border like it was just a suggestion. If you stood at the right spot, near the upper ridge, and looked long enough through the trees in winter, my father said you could almost convince yourself you were seeing into another state. To me, as a kid, that sounded romantic. It made the property feel older and bigger than it really was, like it belonged to a rougher America that had never fully gone away. You reached it by taking a county road that got narrower and meaner with every mile, then turning off onto a gravel lane with ruts deep enough to swallow a tire if you weren't paying attention. In summer, weeds pushed up through the middle of the track. In wet weather, the mud held the tread marks of every truck that had come through for days afterward, as if the road liked keeping records. Near the entrance stood an old rusted gate that had once been painted green. By the time I was born, almost all the paint was gone, and the metal gave off that iron smell that mixes with rain and old leaves. Beyond it ran a split-rail fence, patched here and there with newer boards where storms or deer had broken through over the years. The cabin itself had been built by my grandfather in the late 1950s, back when men like him didn't wait around for permits or opinions if they had enough lumber, enough stubbornness, and family willing to help haul stone. It wasn't big. 2 rooms, a porch, a wood stove, a roof that always looked like it had one more winter in it and somehow survived 10. It sat on a slight rise above the creek at the bottom of the property, where the land was still forgiving. Below the cabin, things felt human. There was grass that could be cut, paths that made sense, space for kids to run. Above it, the ground pitched upward into hardwood forest, laurel thickets, slick shale slopes, and shadows that seemed to collect early, even on long summer evenings. When I think about that place before I think about what happened there, I still think first of beauty. I think of fireflies drifting low over the grass in June. So many of them that the yard looked like something breathing. I think of porch dinners on metal plates, while the last of the light faded behind the ridge. My grandmother setting out iced tea in sweating glasses. My father splitting cornbread with one hand and swatting at mosquitoes with the other. My cousins tearing through the lower woods in dirty sneakers, hollering loud enough to make birds burst from saplings. I remember the smell of damp wood smoke clinging to jackets left on porch hooks overnight, and the smell of coffee rising before sunrise while the air still had that mountain chill in it, even in July. There was always food at that cabin that tasted better than the same food back home. Bacon fried black at the edges, potato salad from a cooler, hot dogs blistered over a fire, canned beans warmed up in a pot that had probably fed 3 generations. I remember wet bath towels draped over porch rails, the screen door slamming, the low hum of adults talking after dark, while us kids tried to stay awake long enough to hear something we weren't supposed to. From the outside, those summers would have looked simple. But even when I was young, there were rules to that land that had nothing to do with ordinary safety, though that was the reason always given. My father was a practical man, not a spooky one. He didn't tell ghost stories. He didn't smile after saying something meant to scare you. If he warned you about a snake den, it was because he'd seen snakes there. If he said the boards on the old footbridge were rotten, it was because he knew exactly which board would crack under your weight. My grandfather was even sparer with words. He was the kind of man who could say more with a glance uphill than most people could with 10 minutes of talking. He had that mountain habit of treating speech like it cost money.
And yet, from as early as I can remember, the same rule came down from both of them. Never go above the upper fence line. That was how it was said. Calm, casual, repeated often enough that it became part of the air there. Nobody gathered us around solemnly to explain it. Nobody sat us down and gave us a cautionary tale. It was said the same way someone might say, "Don't leave the cooler open," or "Don't run on wet boards." As children, we accepted it, because children live by the weather of adult voices more than by logic. If grown people say something often enough, in a tone that leaves no room for negotiation, it becomes part of the world's design. The upper fence line wasn't a dramatic thing, just an old stretch of fencing farther uphill, half a mile or so through thicker woods, where the family had marked the edge of the land they actually used. Below it were the places we knew. Above it, the mountain got steep and messy and uninviting. When I was small, I figured the rule existed because kids could get lost up there, or step into a copperhead nest, or find an old shaft from some long-forgotten mining cut. Sometimes, one of my cousins would whisper that there had been moonshiners up there once. Another said they were bear dens. To me, all of that sounded exciting more than frightening. Adults never corrected us. They just called us back before we got too close. That was another thing I only understood later, how early they started calling us in. Dusk on most family properties means kids get one last burst of freedom. You stay out until you can barely see, until somebody's mother leans out a door and shouts your full name. But at our cabin, the tone changed the moment the light began slipping behind the ridge. You could feel it before anyone spoke. Conversations on the porch would thin. Someone would glance toward the upper woods. My grandmother would start gathering plates even if nobody was finished eating. My father would tell us to stay where he could see us. If one of us drifted toward the north side of the cabin, an adult voice would correct us almost immediately. That side of the cabin was always treated differently. I didn't think much of it as a boy. Houses have bad sides. That was what I told myself. The north side got less sun. It stayed colder, damper. Moss crept thick along the stones there. The ground felt softer after rain. Still, there were things that didn't fit simple explanations.
No one ever let children sleep on that side, not even in summer when the rest of the cabin was packed with relatives and cots got shoved into every available corner. If somebody laid a blanket there for a nap, one of the adults would quietly move it. If a window on that side was open after late afternoon, someone always shut it before dark without being asked. My grandfather, especially, had a habit that bothered me once I was old enough to notice it.
In the middle of conversation, even during good moments, he would stop and look uphill. Not like a man admiring his property, not even like a hunter listening for movement. More like someone checking whether a sound had happened again. I caught him doing it many times over the years. At the grill, mid-story on the porch. Once while laughing so hard at something my uncle said that tears were in his eyes. The laughter died, and his head turned, slow and deliberate, toward the upper woods. He stayed like that for maybe 3 seconds. Then he looked back and kept talking. No one asked why. That was the nature of my family. Silences weren't empty. They were inherited. By the time I was 19, I had started to feel the ordinary friction that grows between a father and a son when the son thinks manhood is something that can be proven in a single season. I wasn't a boy anymore, and I wanted that to be recognized without my having to ask for it. My father and I didn't fight much, but we had the kind of quiet tension that comes from resemblance. Same temper, same refusal to back down once pride got involved, same bad habit of mistaking silence for control. That year, deer season was coming up, and my father needed somebody to go ahead of time and open the cabin up, air it out, check the pantry, make sure mice hadn't destroyed the place, sweep out leaves that had blown in under the porch door. Simple work, but work that meant trust. He mentioned it at the kitchen table one evening like it was nothing much. I need somebody up there for a night or two before season starts. I remember trying not to answer too quickly. I can do it. He looked at me over his coffee, not suspicious exactly, but measuring. My father had a way of looking at a person that made you feel he was checking whether you were sturdy enough for your own claims. You sure? That question should have been ordinary. It wasn't. Not between us.
I shrugged like it didn't matter. It's just the cabin. He let that sit between us for a second. Outside, I could hear late summer insects buzzing against the screen door. My mother was in the living room with the TV on low. The kitchen light was yellow and soft, the kind that makes an ordinary house feel, briefly, protected from the rest of the world. Then he nodded once. Go in the afternoon. Get the windows open before dark. That was all. No warning, no story, no speech about being careful, which, coming from him, felt almost like acceptance. I wanted that more than I wanted to admit. I wanted to go up there alone, take the truck, unlock the cabin, move through that land like it belonged to me and not to the men before me. I wanted, in the stupid, private way young men do, to prove I could stand where they had stood and not flinch at whatever had taught them to watch the tree line. Looking back now, I think that was the last ordinary thought I had about that property. At the time, though, I was thinking only of practical things. The road, the supplies, whether the pump would still prime, whether I'd have enough daylight to sweep the floors and bring in a stack of wood before evening. I remember going out to the garage that night and loading what I'd need in my head before I ever touched a thing. Duffel bag, flashlight, extra batteries, work gloves, a cooler, the old keys hanging on the nail by the pegboard. And I remember, as clearly as I remember any part of that summer,
glancing past the open garage door toward the dark line of trees beyond our yard, and feeling for just a second something I could not have named then. Not fear exactly, just the faintest sense that somewhere in those woods was a rule older than any of us, and that all my life I had mistaken its politeness for permission. 1.2 Archer disappears. The first real crack in my confidence came 3 weeks before I drove up to the cabin alone.
Up until then, the rule about the upper fence line had stayed where family rules usually live. In the background, solid but unexamined. I didn't love it, didn't hate it, didn't think much about it. It belonged to the property the same way the creek did, or the leaning porch rail, or the fact that the screen door never quite latched unless you lifted it first. It was just part of the arrangement. Then Archer disappeared, and for the first time in my life I saw my father react to that land as if it had done something personal. Archer was a red tick hound my father had gotten from a man down in Claiborne County the year before. He was still young, all long legs and chest, with that loose, rangy build hounds have before age settles into them. His ears were too big for his head, and he had a bark that made him sound twice his size. He was one of those dogs that turned heads in a gas station parking lot because men liked the look of him and women liked how gentle he was when he leaned against their legs. Loud, loyal, healthy, smart enough to know the difference between chasing because he was excited and chasing because he actually had scent. More importantly, Archer had a habit that made everyone trust him. He always came back. He might run deer for 10 minutes and reappear, grinning and panting, tongue swinging. He might disappear around the shed after a possum and come trotting back like he'd done somebody a favor. Even when he pushed farther than my father liked, he never stayed gone. There was an intelligence to him that almost felt human at times, a practical understanding of distance and home. That evening was late summer, warm enough that the air still held heat after sunset, but with that faint edge under it that tells you fall is getting ready in the hills. My father and I were at the house, not the cabin. We were in the backyard near the garage, him cleaning out the bed of his truck and me pretending to help while mostly standing around in work gloves and trying to look useful. Archer had been nosing around the edge of the yard, working some smell in the weeds beyond the burn barrel. Nothing unusual in that. We had woods behind the house too, not as deep as the cabin property, but deep enough to hold raccoons, foxes, stray dogs, and the occasional coyote slipping through. I remember the light more than anything. That dull amber hour when the sun is gone from the yard but still touching the tops of trees. The kind of light that makes everything look, briefly, older. Archer froze with one paw lifted. My father noticed it before I did. "What's he got?" I looked over just in time to see the dog's body change. Anybody who's been around hounds knows the difference between casual interest and full scent lock. He went from loose to wired in a second, head low, tail stiff, chest forward, every inch of him pointed toward the woods behind the garage. Then he let out one hard bark and tore uphill. Not into the backyard trees in a lazy arc, not the way a dog goes after something he expects to flush. He ran straight for the dark, fast enough that dead grass kicked up behind him. "Archer!" my father shouted. The dog didn't even hesitate. At first, nothing about the sound of his barking alarmed me. It was pursuit barking, clear and rhythmic, the sound of a dog who knows he's onto something worth chasing.
My father swore under his breath and tossed the rag he'd been holding into the truck bed. "Damn dog!" He said it with irritation, not fear. We both expected to hear Archer swing wide, loop through the trees, then come back around. Instead, the barking moved uphill, not just farther away, higher. The change in the sound took maybe 20 seconds. The first few barks were full and eager,
Then they sharpened. There's no elegant way to describe it. They went from hunt to alarm. Shorter, faster, less confidence in them. Still moving, but not in the same direction a dog naturally circles. My father had already grabbed the flashlight from the garage shelf before the last normal bark was even out. "Come on." By the time we reached the back tree line, Archer's voice had changed again. I've replayed that sound in my head many times over the years, trying to decide whether I'm remembering it right or whether memory has added something worse to it. But no, I know what I heard. He sounded confused. Panicked, maybe. Not hurt yet, not exactly, but no longer in control of what he was following. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the barking stopped. No whine, no yelp, no crashing through brush. Just gone. We stood there a second in the blue dark, both listening. My father cupped his hands and called the dog's name. "Archer!" His voice went out into the trees and came back wrong, flattened, swallowed. No answering bark. He called again, louder this time, and started walking. The woods behind our house weren't wild in the same way the cabin woods were, but they were thick enough after dark to feel bigger than they really were. Briars snagged at our jeans. Low branches slapped us in the shoulders. The flashlights picked out strips of pale bark and wet leaves, then seemed to die 3 feet past wherever the beams landed. In daylight, those woods were ordinary. At night, they held themselves differently. We found the first sign of Archer near a game trail, where the dirt had been churned up and one patch of weeds lay bent over. My father crouched, touched the ground, and said nothing. I could hear his breathing, calm but flatter than usual. "See anything?" I asked. He shook his head. "Keep listening." So we moved uphill, pausing every few yards to call again. At first, there were other normal sounds. Cicadas, a distant truck on the county road, leaves moving in the breeze. But the farther we went, the less those sounds seemed to matter. I started noticing every separate branch snap, every shift in the undergrowth. Twice I turned because I was certain I'd heard something moving parallel to us, only to find nothing there but flashlight glare on laurel leaves. Then came the first moment that really unsettled me. We had stopped near a rise where the ground steepened and the brush thickened around the path. My father was about 10 feet ahead of me, sweeping his flashlight low over the ground. I was turning in a slow circle, listening for Archer, trying to place where the last bark had come from, when I heard a low whistle from uphill. Just one note, not loud, not close, more like somebody trying not to be heard. I turned immediately. "Did you hear?" My father was behind me, not uphill. Behind me, coming through a stand of saplings I had just looked past. Whatever I'd heard had not been him. I didn't say that out loud. Maybe I was embarrassed at how fast my heart had jumped. Maybe part of me was already trying to be reasonable. My father looked at me, reading something in my face. "What?" "Nothing," I said too quickly. "Thought you called." He kept looking at me another second, then turned back uphill. We searched until full dark settled in,
and the woods became a confusion of black trunks and silver flashlight edges. Several times I thought I saw movement beyond where the light should have reached. Not the obvious body of an animal, just interruption. A darker shape shifting behind trees. Once, near what I knew must have been not far from the upper fence on the cabin property side of my memory, same slope, same kind of rise, I could have sworn something pale slipped behind a chestnut oak and was gone before my beam landed there. I told myself it was bark, mist.
My own eyes straining. No dog. No sound. Nothing. Eventually, my father said, "Back out." He didn't say it like a request, and I was secretly relieved. We returned to the yard with bits of leaf stuck to our sleeves and our boots slick with mud. Archer's bowl still sat by the back steps where he'd left it. That, more than anything, made his absence feel wrong. Most missing dogs leave an emotional shape behind. Archer left a practical one. His leash was hanging on the nail. His water pan was full. The blanket he liked in cold weather was still folded by the garage wall. Everything in the yard suggested a return that never came. My father went out twice more that night after I thought he'd given up. Once around 10, once again after midnight. Each time he took the flashlight and called less than before. By the second trip, he wasn't really calling at all. He was just listening. The next morning we started at first light. Daylight should have made the whole thing feel foolish. It almost did for the first 20 minutes. The woods looked smaller, less mysterious. The places that had seemed full of shadows the night before were just brush and stone and little gullies carrying runoff. We moved slower in daylight, checking for blood, fur, drag marks, any sign at all that something violent had happened. There was nothing. No body, no torn ground, no coyote sign, no splash of blood on leaves, no clump of red and white hound fur on briars. It was as if Archer had simply run into the woods and ceased to exist. That was when the situation went from upsetting to unnatural. We kept climbing. I didn't realize at first how high we'd gone until I saw the old fence line ahead through the trees. The upper one. Weather gray posts, sagging wire, a section patched badly years earlier with newer staples and mismatched rails. Even in daylight, I felt a little surprise at seeing it. We had reached a boundary I had spent most of my life not crossing. My father stopped before I did. I followed his line of sight and saw Archer's collar hanging from the top strand. For one stupid second, relief hit me. I actually thought, he got loose. Somebody found him. He'll turn up. Then I got close enough to see the leather. It had not broken. It had not worn through. It had not been chewed. It had been sliced. Cleanly, almost neatly, straight through the strap near the buckle, as if cut by something sharp and deliberate. The collar hung there, with its brass tag facing outward, catching a little of the morning light. My father reached for it and paused. There was hair caught in the buckle tongue, black hair, not coarse like a mane or tail hair from livestock, not the shorter guard hairs you'd get from a dog snagging itself loose. This was finer, longer, a few strands plastered there as if damp fingers had pressed them into the metal. They stirred once in the breeze and clung again. I said the first things that came into my head because they were all better than silence. Maybe a hunter found him. My father didn't answer. Or somebody cut it off if it snagged? Nothing. I heard myself keep going, my voice sounding younger than I wanted it to. Could have caught on wire somehow. Maybe this isn't even, it's his, my father said. That shut me up. He took the collar down carefully, like it might do something if handled wrong. His face changed, but not in a way I had language for at 19. It wasn't panic. It wasn't even open fear. It was harder than that, more intimate, as if something he had hoped would stay buried had just lifted its head and looked at him. We walked back without saying much. At the house, my father didn't clean the collar, didn't hang it in the garage in case Archer returned, didn't set it on a shelf. He went straight to the burn barrel behind the shed, tossed in an old newspaper, lit it, and waited until the fire caught hot before dropping the collar in. I watched the leather curl and blacken, the brass tag darkened, flashed once, then disappeared under flame. "You don't have to do that," I said. "Yes, I do." He stood there with his hands on his hips, staring into the barrel until the fire settled. Then he looked at me. What he said next was the first thing that truly changed the way I understood him. "If you hear anything uphill after dark," he said, "you do not answer it." He spoke in the same plain tone he used for chainsaws and flooded creek crossings and live wires. That made it worse. I waited, thinking he'd explain. When he didn't, I said, "What's that supposed to mean?" For a while, he just looked past me, toward the woods behind the house. Then he said, "There's somebody people used to talk about." I remember laughing once, softly, not because I found it funny, but because I didn't know what else to do with the sudden pressure in my chest. Somebody? A woman. He still did not meet my eyes. Who? His answer came after a pause that was too long to be casual. She's been there longer than us. That was all nonsense to me then. Or half nonsense. Enough to irritate me, not enough to convince me. "You mean some old hermit?" He gave me a look I can still see clearly. Don't mistake old for weak. Then he turned and went inside, leaving me alone with the burn barrel and the smell of scorched leather in the air. I stood there longer than I needed to, staring at the heat shimmer over the metal rim. The backyard looked ordinary again. Afternoon light on the grass, a rake leaning against the fence. Somewhere down the road, somebody mowing. If not for the smoke and the emptiness where Archer should have been, I could have believed the whole thing was a misunderstanding waiting to resolve itself. But Archer never came back. And what stayed with me most from that day was not the collar, not the black hair, not even the way the woods had seemed to deaden around us. It was my father's voice when he said, "Woman." Not uncertain, not joking, not storytelling, recognizing. 1.3 Alone at the cabin. A week after Archer's collar burned down to black curls and brass ash in the barrel behind our shed, my father handed me the cabin keys without another speech. That in itself should have bothered me more than it did. I had half expected him to change his mind after what happened to the dog, or at least to load me down with instructions beyond the usual practical ones. Make sure the pump still catches, check for leaks under the sink, air the place out before nightfall, Don't leave food where mice can get it. Instead, he stood at the kitchen counter with his coffee and the keys in his palm, and he spoke like the plan had never been interrupted.
Get up there in the afternoon.
I know.
He looked at me for a second. Bring in wood before dark.
I know.
There was a pause after that, not tense exactly, but full enough that I thought he might say something else. Something about Archer. Something about the woman he had almost admitted existed. Something plain and useful that I could carry with me, the way I could carry extra batteries or lamp oil. What I got instead was, "Don't waste daylight." Then he set the keys down. That annoyed me a little. I was 19, old enough to mistake irritation for courage. Part of me believed he was holding back because he still thought of me as a kid. Another part, the quieter and more honest part, suspected he was holding back because whatever he knew did not improve when spoken aloud.
I ignored that second feeling because it was less comfortable than anger. I left after lunch. The truck bed held everything I'd need for 2 nights if nothing went wrong, and not nearly enough if something did. A duffel bag with clothes and a heavy sweatshirt for after sundown, a cooler with ice, sandwich meat, eggs, a pack of bologna, mustard, canned chili, a 6-pack of Coke, lamp oil, a flashlight and 2 spare battery packs, toilet paper, work gloves, a coil of rope, a box of kitchen matches, and a roll of paper towels. Behind the seat I had an old first aid kit with a cracked plastic lid. In the rear rack sat my grandfather's .30-30, not because I expected trouble, but because men in my family always carried a rifle up there the same way they carried a pocket knife, less as a statement than a habit. The drive out felt ordinary enough to make me feel slightly foolish. County road, then gravel, then the familiar turn, where the ditch on the right always filled with standing water after storms. Dust rose behind the truck in long, pale curtains. I passed a mailbox with no flag, a church sign missing 2 letters, a field with round hay bales sitting in the heat like giant old coins. Everywhere I looked, the world seemed stubbornly normal. I even caught myself thinking that maybe Archer had run onto someone else's property and gotten picked up, that maybe the sliced collar had some dumb explanation no one had considered because the whole thing had happened at dusk with nerves already frayed. That's the thing about dread before it fully blooms. It embarrasses easily. Give it enough daylight and it starts apologizing for itself. By the time I reached the rusted gate, the sun was still up, but already sliding west. Light lay flat across the gravel lane and turned every dust patch gold. I got out, unhooked the chain, and dragged the gate wide enough for the truck. Its hinges gave that familiar, rusted groan that had always sounded to me like the property acknowledging our arrival. Back then, I still found that comforting. I drove through, parked by the porch, and shut the engine off. Silence came down fast. Not complete silence, never that, but the shift that happens when truck noise disappears and the land resumes being itself. Insects ticking, water moving somewhere below through the creek bed, one crow farther uphill, leaves stirring against each other in the faintest wind. The cabin sat in front of me exactly where it always had, and yet my first clear thought was that it looked smaller than I remembered. Maybe that's what happens when you see a childhood place alone for the first time, without family voices, without porch lights and coolers and camp chairs and somebody always moving in and out of the frame. A building stops pretending to be larger than it is. The porch sagged a little more than I remembered. One shutter hung crooked.
The roofline dipped in the middle. The whole structure had the tired look of something that had survived by being left alone. The yard was long shadowed already. The lower side near the creek still held warm light, but the north side of the cabin had gone dim ahead of the rest, as if evening arrived there first. That wasn't new, exactly. I had noticed that side always seemed to cool earlier, darken quicker, stay damp longer after rain. Still, standing there by myself with the truck ticking as it cooled behind me, I found myself looking at that wall longer than I meant to. The north-facing window caught my eye before I ever made it to the steps. At first I thought it was just glare, a trick of light on the glass, the kind that makes old windows look clouded from certain angles. Then I took 2 more steps and saw the marks. Handprints. Not one, several. I stopped in the yard without meaning to.
They were faint enough that I wouldn't have noticed them from the road, but now that I had, I couldn't see anything else. The prints were spread across the pane at different heights, small and narrow, not smudged in broad animal swipes, but pressed there in distinct little palms and long fingers. They weren't fresh enough to look wet, nothing glistened, but they weren't weathered old either. Rain hadn't washed them away, sun hadn't burned them pale. They sat on the glass in that strange middle state that suggested they had been there recently enough to matter. I walked closer, slowly, like moving too fast might make them change shape. The fingers bothered me most. Too fine, too close together, and placed oddly, not like someone had leaned one hand against the glass for balance, but like someone had stood right up against the cabin and shifted their weight several times, adjusting position to look inside. I felt the first little stir of cold in my stomach and killed it immediately with practical thoughts. Residue, I told myself. Old dirt. Maybe one of my cousins, years ago. And I was only noticing now because of what happened to Archer. Maybe raccoon marks, mixed with weather streaks. Maybe a prank from local kids, though that made little sense this far back. I put the key in the front door and forced myself to think about normal work. Inside, the cabin smelled the way old places always smell when they've been shut up too long. Dry dust, stale wood, mouse droppings, old ash in the stove, and under it all that faint, sweet smell of lumber aging in damp air. It was not a pleasant smell, but it was familiar enough to settle me at first. Familiarity can do that. It can hold a door shut for a while, even when something is already on the other side, pushing. I propped the front door open and went room by room. First the windows, then the back latch, then the pantry, where I found the usual signs of mice. Shredded paper in one corner, a couple of dry droppings near the flour tin, chew marks on the bottom of an old cracker box left there God knew when. I swept the floor, banged dust from a rug over the porch rail, checked beneath the sink for leaks, hauled in a few armloads of split oak from under the tarp. Routine work, ordinary work. Every little task pushed the weirdness of the handprints farther away for a minute at a time. And yet, even while I was moving around, the cabin felt off in ways I couldn't have defended in an argument. The north side was colder. I don't mean much colder, not enough to make sense of, just enough that when I crossed the main room carrying the broom, I kept noticing a slight difference in the air near that wall, as if the sun had no say there. The bedroom, partitioned off toward the north side, felt stranger still. Somebody years before, my grandfather probably, had changed the layout in a makeshift way,
sectioning part of the room so it no longer opened naturally into the rest of the cabin. Even as a child, I had accepted that arrangement without question, because so many things in family spaces arrive before your curiosity does. Now, alone, it looked less like remodeling and more like avoidance. That was also where the smell changed. Not a dramatic stench, nothing I could point to and say rot or mold for sure. Just a faint dampness where dampness shouldn't have been. The weather had been dry all week. The roof wasn't leaking. The boards themselves were old but sound. Still, near that north wall, there was a smell like cold, wet stone or leaves packed too long against wood. I opened that window too, though only halfway. I remember pausing with my hand on the frame and glancing down, half expecting to see something beneath it in the dirt outside. There was nothing there but shade.
By the time I finished sweeping, my shirt was sticking to my back, and the cabin had taken on that slightly less dead feeling old places get once air starts moving through them again. I set groceries away where I could, dropped the duffel on a chair, and stood on the porch with a Coke, listening to the woods. This was the hour I had always loved most up there. The property looked beautiful in late afternoon. The lower slope still held sun between the trees. The creek flashed in broken silver through leaves. Gnats drifted in sunbeams over the yard. Somewhere down the holler, a woodpecker worked a trunk with slow, hollow knocks. The laurel, farther uphill, had already turned shadowy underneath, but from the porch it all still looked manageable, almost peaceful. I wanted the place to return to what it had been in my memory. That was part of the problem. I kept trying to fit everything I noticed into an old shape. As evening settled, I cooked something plain enough to convince myself this was still just a maintenance trip and not the beginning of anything. I fried 2 slices of bologna in a cast iron pan, cracked eggs into the grease after, and ate standing up at the counter with mustard on white bread. Later, I opened a can of chili and heated half of it, mostly because the smell of ordinary food made the room feel occupied by something living and known. The little rituals mattered more than I admitted. Food sizzling, spoon against enamel bowl, screen door opening and shutting. Those sounds have a way of insisting on reality. Outside, the last light drained faster than I expected. That was another thing about mountain property. Sunset and darkness are not the same event. First, the ridge takes the direct light. Then the trees hold on to a thin gray-green glow. Then, in what feels like a single breath, the woods stop being visible space and become a wall. By the time I washed the bowl and set it upside down by the sink, the forest beyond the yard had gone fully black. Not dark blue, not shadowed, black. The open windows I'd wanted for air now felt like holes. I shut all but one and left that one cracked, partly from stubbornness and partly because closing every opening made me feel childish. The handprints on the north window looked less distinct from inside, just faint discolorations in the glass if I let my eyes slide over them. I made sure not to stare too long. The cabin's noises changed with full night. Boards ticking, pipes settling somewhere behind the sink wall, the wood stove giving off that dry mineral smell old iron always has, even when cold. I sat in one of the chairs with a flashlight nearby and a paperback I didn't really read, listening more than reading. That was how I heard the first tap. Not loud, sharp enough to separate itself from the cabin's natural sounds, but not violent. Tap, tap, tap. 3 in a row. I lowered the book and looked toward the front door first. Habit. That was where a normal person would knock. But the sound had not come from there. It had come from my right, from the north side. I sat still, listening. The cabin seemed to hold its breath with me. I could hear my own pulse in my ears for a second. Then the smaller background noises returned. The hum of insects outside, the faint creak of the porch settling, leaves moving somewhere beyond the wall. I told myself it was a branch. That made no real sense. There was no branch close enough to touch the cabin on that side, not one I'd ever seen. Still, the mind loves any answer that keeps the world intact. Then it came again. Tap, tap, tap. Same spacing, same softness. Not random, not the scratch of an animal climbing, not debris shifting in wind. It was at the north wall, maybe the window. I stood too fast, knocking the book to the floor. The sound made me jump harder than the tapping had.
I grabbed the flashlight and aimed it toward the dark rectangle of the main room, though from where I stood, I couldn't actually see the outside of that wall. I was halfway between going toward it and refusing to. That middle space, I've learned, is where fear first does its real work. Not in screaming, not in running, in hesitation. In making you negotiate with your own body over 10 feet of floor. I took 2 steps, then stopped. Everything in me resisted the idea of putting my face near that window, not because I thought something would come through it, not even because I fully believed someone was outside. It was simpler and more primitive than that. I did not want to be close enough for anything on the other side to know exactly where my eyes were. So I stood there, in the middle of the room, with the flashlight in my hand, feeling ridiculous and very awake, and listened. Nothing. Not another tap, not a footstep, not breathing, not laughter. Just the woods, black and invisible beyond the glass. After a while, I let out a laugh that sounded thin and false even to me. "Jesus," I muttered, though there was nobody there to hear it. I set the flashlight down, picked up my book, and sat again. My heart slowed, my shoulders loosened. The room did not change. Nothing moved. In the cold logic of a minute later, the whole thing began already to feel small enough to dismiss. But that was the trick of it. I did dismiss it. Outwardly. Inside, something had already shifted. The tapping had not frightened me because it was loud. It frightened me because it sounded intentional. Because it had chosen the wrong wall. Because, without admitting it to myself yet, I had understood in that instant that the family rule had never really been about getting lost in the woods. Whatever the reason had been, the first sign of it wasn't up near the upper fence line. It was already at the cabin, waiting for me to notice. 2-1. Something breathing outside. I told myself I was fine for the next hour, which is what people do when fear hasn't yet become large enough to embarrass them. I put the book away, checked the front latch one more time, and walked through the cabin with my flashlight,
as if performing a routine inspection instead of indulging nerves. The beam slid over the sink, the stove, the scarred tabletop, my duffel on the chair, the broom against the wall. Everything looked ordinary in the hard white circle of the light. Too ordinary, almost. As if the cabin were cooperating just enough to make me feel childish for ever having been uneasy. Before turning in, I shut the last cracked window. I told myself it was because the night had cooled off. The truth was simpler. I did not want any opening left between me and the north side. The sleeping arrangement felt different, alone, than it ever had with family around.
Back when the place was full of people, beds and cots had always been temporary things, moved according to age, weather, numbers, convenience. Alone, every sleeping place seemed to carry intent. The room partitioned near the north side still bothered me in ways I didn't want to study too closely. So I made up a bed farther back, where I'd have the main room and the back door in view. I left the rifle propped within arm's reach against the table leg, not because I expected to use it, but because night deepens every precaution until it starts feeling necessary. I turned off the lamp. Darkness in an old cabin is not the same as darkness in a house. A house in town still has outside light filtering through curtains, the orange wash of a porch bulb, headlights passing now and then, the low hum of a refrigerator reminding you that the world continues. A cabin after midnight has no such courtesies. Once the lamp went out, the dark came down whole. The shape of the room existed for a few seconds as a memory, before it dissolved into depthless black. At first, I listened the way anyone listens in a strange place. Wind against leaves, a floorboard easing somewhere, the tiny, dry tick of cooling metal from the stove. I knew all of those sounds. I had heard them since childhood, but fear had changed the meaning of them. The tapping at the north wall earlier had done something to the room, or to me inside it. Every noise now felt less like weather and more like a decision. I lay there with one arm over my eyes, willing sleep to come. But the mind does not obey well once it begins arranging danger. I kept picturing the handprints on the north-facing window, not clearly at first, just the fact of them. Then more clearly, the narrow palms, the two fine fingers, the way they had looked pressed and shifted, as if someone had stood there in patience, adjusting angle for a better look inside. Once that image had settled in, the cabin was no longer a place I was resting in. It was a thing I was sealed inside. I checked the time by the dim glow of my watch face. 10:43. Later, 11:17. Then 12:06. Sleep came only in little slips, shallow enough that each creak snapped me back up toward waking. Around midnight, I thought I heard steps in the yard and held my breath until I realized it was an acorn or walnut dropping through leaves and hitting the roof. Sometime after that, I must have drifted, but not deeply. The kind of sleep where your mind remains standing in the doorway even as your body gives way. When I woke again, I didn't know at first what had done it. The room was dark. My watch face, when I turned it toward me, showed a little after 2. For a few seconds I stayed still, trying to locate the disturbance the way you do after being woken by a sound so slight it reaches the body before the mind can name it. Then I smelled it. Wet fur. That was the first layer. Animal and damp and rank, in a way that,
hit old parts of the brain before thought caught up. Under that came rot. Not the full, overwhelming stench of a carcass left in heat, but the sweeter, stickier smell of meat beginning to turn somewhere cold and close. And beneath both, worst of all, that coppery sweetness blood has when there is enough of it to smell from a distance. I opened my eyes fully into the dark and knew instantly that the smell was not inside the room because of anything ordinary. Not a dead mouse in the wall, not mildew, not old wood. It was right outside. I sat up 1 inch at a time, moving with the absurd care of someone afraid the dark itself might react to sudden motion. The blanket slid off my legs. Cold air touched sweat that I had not realized had formed under my shirt. Then I heard it. Breathing. Not loud, not theatrical. That would almost have been easier. It was steady and close, positioned somewhere beyond the north wall near the window.
Slow intake through the nose. Slower release through the mouth. The rhythm belonged to something not running, not hiding, not startled. Something standing still after exertion, recovering its breath in no particular hurry. I stayed perfectly still and listened. There is a point when sound becomes location, when the body starts mapping space with terror more accurately than sight ever could. This was not a sound drifting from the woods, not an animal passing through brush. The breathing sat exactly in one place, close enough that I could imagine the chest expanding and settling on the other side of the wall, close enough that the cabin no longer felt like shelter at all, just a thin arrangement of boards between me and whatever had taken up position there. I told myself to think. Bear? No. Wrong rhythm, wrong height, wrong steadiness. Dog? No. Too deep, too controlled. A person? The body accepted that possibility before the mind did, and that was somehow worse. I became aware then of my own breathing and forced it quieter, as if the thing outside might be listening for mine too. The smell thickened. For 1 ugly second, I had the thought that perhaps something had been left below the window. Some dead animal dragged there. Some mess I would find in daylight and turn into a practical explanation. That thought was still trying to finish itself when a new sound began under the breathing. A dragging noise. Low, dry, intermittent. Something moving through leaves just beneath the north window, not fast enough to suggest a struggle and not clumsy enough to be accidental. Pull, pause, pull again. I could almost hear individual leaf stems bending under weight. My mouth had gone dry. I reached slowly toward the table leg where I had left the rifle earlier, keeping my eyes fixed on the black space of the room, even though the sound was outside and to my right. My hand found the stock. The wood felt colder than it should have. The dragging stopped. Silence held for maybe 3 seconds. Then something drew slowly down the outside wall. A scrape. High at first, then lower. Not broad enough for a branch, not random enough for an animal shifting against the logs. It was a narrow sound, deliberate. The exact pace of a fingernail or knife tip moving down aged wood, catching every seam and rise in the grain. My whole back tightened at once. The sound reached lower, paused and began again,
this time a little farther toward the corner, as if whatever held the object was repositioning and testing the wall. I got to my feet without quite remembering standing. The rifle was in my hands now. I moved backward rather than toward the window, angling myself toward the back door side of the cabin, where I would have more distance and a line out if the front room became impossible. That was the choice I'm most honest about now. I did not go investigate. I did not step up to the north-facing window.
I did not want my face near that glass. Even then, before I had seen anything, before the worst of it had arrived, some part of me understood that the most dangerous thing I could do was offer myself clearly to whatever stood outside. Sight can be a kind of invitation. That thought came to me whole and immediate, with no logic behind it that I could have explained. So I stopped halfway between the main room and the rear of the cabin, and stood there with the rifle shaking so slightly in my hands that I could feel the movement in my wrists. The breathing continued. Then a voice spoke. It was so quiet at first, I thought I had imagined it, a change in the air more than actual words. Female, yes, but not soft. Old in texture, not in force. A voice worn thin by years without losing what mattered in it. I couldn't make out the first part. Then I heard it clearly the second time. I know whose boy you are. Everything inside me went still. There are fears you can argue with. Fear of animals, fear of burglars, fear of the dark. You can wrap reasons around those and get your hands back on yourself. This was different. The terror of that sentence had nothing to do with volume or threat. It came from recognition. Whoever stood outside did not speak like a stranger passing through. She spoke as if I had arrived inside a story already in progress, one where my name mattered less than my bloodline. I can't say for certain whether she used our family name before or after that sentence. In memory, it shifts, the way traumatic details sometimes do. Some nights I hear her say my last name first, slow and almost curious. Other nights I hear only that sentence, exactly as it was. What never changes is the feeling it carried. She knew where I belonged, not just who I was, whose. I think I stopped breathing for a few seconds altogether. My vision had narrowed even though the room was black and there was almost nothing to see. I could hear blood moving in my ears with a force that made the silence between her words feel even larger. The scrape on the wall came once more, then nothing. I remained exactly where I was, rifle raised toward empty darkness, every muscle waiting for the next thing to declare itself. I don't know how much time passed, a minute, 5, 10. Fear has a way of dissolving measurement. I do know that my shoulders had started to ache and my calves were trembling before the next sound came. A sudden knock from directly on the glass. Not 3 taps this time, 1 hard, flat strike. It came with such force and proximity that I shouted and jerked the rifle halfway up before my mind caught up. For an instant, I actually saw the window in my head, though I was not facing it. Saw the palm, or whatever part of her made that sound, landing full against the pane from inches away. The cabin gave the noise back in a way that made it feel as if it had happened inside the room. After that, I couldn't make myself move at all. Not forward, not backward. I stood there, staring toward the bedroom doorway because it was easier to look at a shape inside the cabin than imagine what stood
just beyond the glass. I kept expecting to see someone step through that doorway, even though I knew the sound had come from outside. That's how pressure changes a room. It teaches your fear to spread until every dark opening feels connected to the same presence. The smell lingered, faded, then thickened again each time the night air shifted. At some point, the breathing stopped. Or maybe it moved farther off and became too faint to separate from the woods. The dragging did not return. The voice did not speak again. But nothing about the silence that followed felt like retreat. It felt attentive, like the pause in a conversation where one side has already said enough. I stayed awake until dawn because sleep was no longer available to me as a human function.
I did not sit down. I did not check the window. I did not open the door. I remained on the back side of that room with the rifle in my hands and my eyes flicking from the doorway to the vague shape of the north wall and back again. My thoughts came apart into ugly little fragments. Maybe it was a woman from town. Maybe some old squatter. Maybe my father had known about somebody living higher up and never told me. Maybe the smell was an animal carcass, and the voice had been imagined, and the knock on the glass was a branch, and Archer's collar, and the black hair, and the handprints, and all of it together had simply broken something normal in me. But each of those explanations required the others to hold. None of them did. Outside, the woods began changing long before there was enough light to call it morning. The insect noise shifted first. Then, somewhere lower, near the creek, a bird tested one note. Gray gradually loosened the walls of the cabin from the darkness that had sealed them. The table became a table again. The sink, the stove, the chair with my duffel on it. All the shapes of ordinary life returned one by one. Only then did I understand how tightly I had been holding myself. My hands hurt from gripping the rifle. My jaw ached. I could taste old adrenaline in my mouth like metal. I waited until there was actual daylight in the room before I moved toward the door. What frightened me most, if I'm honest, was not what I expected to find outside. It was the awful possibility that I would find exactly enough to prove I had not imagined any of it.
Được, mình sẽ giữ nguyên mạch truyện, không khí và cảm giác true horror, nhưng giảm bớt độ trực diện của các chi tiết máu me, gạch chéo, tổn thương cơ thể, để phần này an toàn hơn, tự nhiên hơn và vẫn đủ ám ảnh. Dưới đây là bản 2.2 đã chỉnh lại theo hướng đó.
2.2 Morning Evidence.
Daylight should have made everything feel smaller. That was what I expected anyway. Most things that terrify you at 2 in the morning lose some of their weight after sunrise. A shadow turns back into a chair with a coat thrown over it. A sound that seemed impossible at night becomes an old pipe, a loose board, a branch brushing the wall. Morning usually gives fear somewhere to go, but when light finally reached the cabin, it didn't make the night feel foolish. It only made it harder to deny. I had not slept. I stayed exactly where I was until the black in the windows softened into gray and the room slowly returned to itself piece by piece. First the table, then the sink, then the stove, then the chair with my duffel slumped over it. Ordinary things, all of them. They should have reassured me. They didn't. The first thing I noticed, even before I touched the latch, was how quiet the property was. Not peaceful, quiet. There should have been birds.
The creek should have sounded brighter. The brush should have been full of little movements and morning noise. Instead, the whole place felt oddly emptied out, as though everything living had pulled back and left the yard untouched. I could hear water farther down the slope and insects in the grass, but the woods themselves seemed to be listening. That kind of silence makes a man hesitate at a door. I stood there with the rifle in my hands longer than I want to admit, staring at the latch and telling myself I was being stupid. Finally, I opened it. The morning air hit me cold and damp. Then the smell came with it. Wet fur, rot, the sharp metallic trace of blood. It was stronger outside than it had been in the cabin. I stepped onto the porch, turned toward the north side of the house, and saw what had been left beneath the window. It was a deer head. For a second, I couldn't make sense of what I was looking at. Then my eyes adjusted, and the details locked into place all at once.
The throat had been hacked rough where it had been separated. One eye socket looked damaged, darkened, and sunken in a way that made it hard to look at for more than a second at a time. Flies were already gathering, rising in a faint cloud and settling again. The fur along the face and neck was matted dark. Whatever had done it had not done so neatly. It had been left there for effect, not for any practical reason. That was what turned my stomach more than anything else. It had been placed. The blood beneath it had dried in fan-shaped streaks across the dirt below the window, spreading outward in dark stains. Around those stains, cut into the mud with something narrow and deliberate, were marks that did not belong there. Not random scratches, not animal tracks. Someone had drawn shapes around it, crooked lines, hooked cuts, partial circles, repeated marks that looked intentional without becoming readable. I stepped down from the porch and felt my throat tighten. There were footprints in the dirt, bare feet, small, human-like at first glance, but strange the longer I stared at them. The toes seemed too long, too clearly pressed into the mud compared to the rest of the foot. The prints crossed through the blood-dark ground and led right up toward the wall beneath the window. Toward it, not away from it. I stood there, staring at those tracks, and felt a cold, crawling certainty settle into me. Whatever had been outside the cabin during the night had not simply dropped something there and left. It had stood under that window. It had remained there, looking in. When I looked up, I could see the handprints on the glass more clearly from the outside than I had the evening before. Small palms, narrow fingers, smudged places where whoever had leaned in seemed to have shifted their weight.
I found myself imagining a face just beyond the pane, close enough to the glass to see into the room, while I stood inside with the rifle and told myself I was still in control. That thought made me feel sick. It also made me angry, because now I had evidence, not just a voice in the dark, not just a smell or a sound or some family story kept alive by half-spoken warnings. Something had been there. Something had left a dead animal under the window, marked the ground around it, and stood there barefoot in the dark, as if it had every right to be there. I took out my phone. I needed pictures, proof, something solid to put in front of my father so he would finally stop answering around the truth. I photographed the deer head, the marks in the mud, the footprints, the handprints on the glass. The first picture looked wrong immediately. Too bright. The north side of the cabin barely had direct sun on it, but the image came back washed pale, almost bleached out in the center, while the trees behind it looked normal. I took another. This one blurred the ground beneath the window, while the porch rail behind it stayed strangely sharp. On the third try, the blood-dark dirt and the wall showed up clearly enough, but the footprints had lost their edges, flattened into vague, pale impressions. I took more, irritated now. Same result. Some part of the scene stayed crisp. The most important part didn't. Maybe my hands were shaking. Maybe the light was wrong. Maybe fear was already getting in my head. But standing there, with that smell in the air and the flies moving over what had been left for me, I knew the camera was not giving back what I was actually seeing. I shoved the phone into my pocket and tried to think like a sane person. A trespasser, maybe. A hunter trying to scare us. A squatter living somewhere uphill. A local prank. Some old woman from the mountain, territorial and half out of her mind, but still flesh and blood. I wanted one of those explanations badly enough that I nearly forced myself into believing one. Then I looked down at the tracks leading toward the window and heard the voice from the night before in my head again. I know whose boy you are. Not random, not drunken, not someone passing through. Recognition. And that brought everything else back with it. Archer's collar hanging from the upper fence line, with black hair caught in the buckle. My father, standing at the burn barrel, not surprised, just closed off. My grandfather, looking uphill in the middle of conversations. The rule repeated all my life in the same calm tone. Never go above the upper fence line. I stood there in that dead, quiet yard and realized something I should have understood years earlier. The silence in my family had never been about disbelief. It had been about containment. That should have been the moment I left. I knew it even then. A smarter version of me was already halfway home in my mind, truck loaded, gate chained, road behind me. I could have gone straight back, handed my father the keys, and told him I was not setting foot up there again, until he explained everything he had refused to explain before. But 19 is a bad age for fear. You don't just feel it, you feel ashamed of it. If I had left right then, I would have had to carry that fear home in broad daylight and set it down in front of my father. I would have had to admit that whatever he knew and I didn't know had been enough to drive me off our own land after one night. That mattered to me more than it should have. I studied the tracks again. Beyond the blood-streaked dirt beneath the window, they continued uphill in fainter impressions through the edge of the yard where the grass thinned into leaves and exposed soil. In some places, I lost them. Then I found them again, where a toe mark pressed into soft earth, or where a narrow heel caught in mud. They led exactly where I already knew they would lead, toward the upper slope, toward the old fence line. I went back inside the cabin and splashed water on my face. In the small warped mirror over the sink, I looked pale and younger than I had felt on the drive up. My eyes kept shifting toward the north side of the room. Either leave, I said quietly to my reflection, or find out. I said it like those were the only two honest choices. Then I gathered what I thought I needed: the rifle, the flashlight, my pocket knife,
the old canteen from the shelf. I moved through the room with the stiff, deliberate rhythm of someone trying to act decided before his nerves could catch up. When I stepped outside again, the deer head was still beneath the window. The flies were thicker now. The marks in the mud looked darker in the growing light.
At the edge of the yard, where the slope began, I stopped and looked uphill. The old family rule came back to me as clearly as if someone had just spoken it behind me. Never go above the upper fence line. For a second, I nearly listened. Then, shame, stubbornness, and the stupid young belief that there had to be a human explanation waiting just beyond the trees pushed me forward. So I followed the barefoot tracks uphill, carrying the rifle in sweating hands, still pretending I was going after answers, instead of walking straight toward the reason my family had spent years refusing to name what lived above our property. 2.3 Past the fence. The tracks did not lead straight. That was the first thing that made the climb feel wrong in a way the morning evidence alone had not. If a person had come down from somewhere uphill during the night, left what they left beneath the window, and gone back the way they came, I expected the path to make some practical kind of sense. A line through the yard, a break between trees, a route anyone used to moving over that property would naturally take. Instead, the prints wandered just enough to resist easy reading. Not aimless, not confused, but indirect, like whoever made them knew the slope better than I did and moved through it according to markers I could not yet see. I lost them where the ground hardened, found them again in softer patches beneath leaves, lost them again where roots crossed the earth and the brush thickened. Every time I almost convinced myself I had imagined the line of travel, another faint impression appeared. A toe pressed into damp soil, a heel barely set in the shadow of a rock, and tugged me onward. The lower property still felt like ours. That is the best way I can explain it. Even with the deer head behind me, even with the silence in the trees and the memory of that voice from the night before, the land below the upper fence line remained familiar enough to pretend at reason. I knew the shape of the slope there, knew where the creek bent wider after heavy rain, knew which patches of ground stayed soft under summer shade, knew where my cousins and I used to cut through the woods to shave a few minutes off the walk back to the cabin, and where my father would call us back if we drifted too far. The farther I climbed, the less that feeling held. Brush thickened around me fast. The hardwoods that had seemed tall but friendly lower down began crowding closer together, their trunks spaced in a way that made the spaces between them feel deliberate. Laurel pushed in from both sides in glossy, dark walls. The ground steepened enough that I had to lean forward into it, my boots sliding now and then on loose shale, hidden beneath leaf litter. The rifle, which had felt reassuring in the yard, became awkward in my hands. I kept switching grips, annoyed with the sweat already building in my palms. The wind dropped away first. I did not notice the exact moment it happened. 1 minute the leaves above me were moving, with the same faint, dry whisper I had heard all morning. The next minute, that whisper was gone, and I realized the air around me felt held, as if the slope itself had turned inward. No breeze touched my face, no cool movement passed through the brush. The higher I went, the more the morning seemed to lose circulation. Then the forest sound thinned out too, not gradually, unnaturally. I stopped once and listened on purpose,
expecting my ears to adjust and pick up the ordinary layers of a mountain morning. Birds shifting branch to branch, squirrels barking, far-off insect chatter, the creek below reduced to a small, constant thread. Instead, I heard almost nothing beyond my own movement and the faint pulse of blood in my ears. That quiet did something to my body before it did anything to my mind. My shoulders tightened. The back of my neck went cold despite the climb.
Every step I took after that sounded louder than it should have. Leaf litter giving under my boots, a twig catching against denim, the minute scrape of my sleeve brushing bark when I passed too near a trunk. In ordinary woods, your own noise is part of a larger system. Here, it felt like interruption. I found the first strip of red cloth tied low on a sapling maybe 10 minutes after leaving the yard. It was faded badly by sun and weather, nearly pink in places, frayed at the ends and stiff with age. At first, I thought it was survey tape, something left years ago by a crew marking boundaries or timber. But it was tied too carefully for that, wrapped twice around the thin trunk and knotted with an odd neatness, almost at ankle height. Not where a surveyor would mark for visibility. Low, intentional, easy to miss unless you were already looking down and ahead. I stared at it for a few seconds, then looked around for more. Once I saw the first, others began appearing. Another strip, farther uphill, on a bent branch no thicker than my wrist. Then one, tied to a dead limb jutting from a rock. None of them bright enough to catch from a distance, all of them low. If they were trail markers, they were meant for someone moving close to the ground, or someone who already knew where to look. I told myself they had to be old. That explanation lasted until I found the bones. The first one was so small I nearly stepped on it, a little ornament no longer than my hand, hanging from a twig by a loop of dirty twine. At first glance it looked like weathered root, or maybe a fish spine someone had snagged and forgotten. Then I crouched and saw the shape of it clearly. Tiny vertebrae, cleaned by time or insects or weather I couldn't tell, strung one after another in a short pale curve that turned gently in the still air. Not enough to rattle, not enough to make sound, just enough to register as deliberate once your eyes understood what they were seeing. I straightened too fast and nearly lost my footing on the slope. After that, more details pulled themselves out of the woods. A broken glass jar hanging by wire from a branch, cloudy with old rainwater and leaf fragments. Another with no lid, swinging slightly, though there was no breeze. Bits of bone tied here and there with the same twine. A snapped bird wing, long cleaned and dry, fixed to the fork of a sapling as though placed there years earlier and simply left. None of it was dramatic in isolation. Each object by itself could almost be dismissed as trash, hunting remnants, mountain junk caught and repurposed by weather and chance. Together, they made chance impossible. The feeling of being watched arrived slowly enough that I cannot point to one single moment and say, there, that was when it began. It was more like a correction happening inside me. At first I kept glancing uphill, because that was where the tracks led. Then I started glancing to my left and right as well. Not because I had heard anything specific, but because the brush on either side of me seemed too capable of holding still. The laurel thickets especially, dense, dark underneath, their leaves glossy and unmoving. You could have hidden a deer in some of those pockets, or a person, or something that did not need much room at all. Every now and then, I paused and listened. Every time, the forest gave me back only my own tension. I began noticing marks on the trees, old cuts, most of them, but not the kind made casually with a hatchet. Some were shallow slashes grouped in threes. Others curved in little arcs around the bark at chest height. One oak had a ring of narrow old scars on one side, not complete enough to kill it, just enough to leave a pattern that no natural break in the bark could explain. I saw two saplings bent inward toward one another and bound once with rotted cord that had mostly disappeared into weather and moss. The whole slope had that look some places get when human intent has soaked in over time and refuses to leave, even after the people themselves have gone. That thought might have stayed abstract if not for what I found next. A rusted tobacco tin, half buried in leaves beside a rock. I almost ignored it. Then I saw the hinge and the old painted lettering under the rust and recognized it for what it was. Not modern trash. Old. The sort of thing one of my grandfather's friends might have carried in a coat pocket years ago. I nudged it with the toe of my boot, then crouched and picked it up. The lid had rusted half open. Inside were only dirt, a spider husk, and one dark fleck that might once have been tobacco. It should not have mattered. People lose things in woods all the time. But the tin did matter, because it said other people had come this way before me. A few yards farther uphill, I found a shotgun shell, worked halfway into the soil, green with age around the brass. I dug it out with the tip of my knife and turned it in my fingers. The paper casing had long since darkened and stiffened. It had been there years, maybe decades. Somebody had stood on that slope with a shotgun once, close enough to whatever this place was becoming that they had fired or loaded or dropped a shell and never bothered to come back for it. Then, after another minute or two of climbing in that deadened air, I saw the shoe. It lay partly hidden under leaves near the root flare of a beech tree, small enough that for a second I thought it was only bark peeled back from a branch. I pushed away the leaves with the rifle barrel and felt something hard in my chest when the shape emerged fully. A child-sized shoe. Not tiny, maybe for a 6 or 7-year-old. The leather had darkened nearly black with age and damp. One lace remained, fused stiff in a knot. The sole had begun separating at the toe. It could have been old enough to mean nothing, lost years earlier by some family hiking where they shouldn't have hiked, forgotten after weather and time did the rest. There are always innocent explanations if you are willing to serve them yourself. Still, seeing it there, above the line I had never crossed as a child, with the red cloth strips and bone ornaments and hung jars and marked trees all around me, innocence no longer felt like the natural reading of anything. I left the shoe where it was. That is something I still think about. I did not touch it because I did not want to disturb the scene. That's what I told myself. The truer answer is that the sight of it made me feel suddenly and sharply unwelcome. Not just afraid, not just uncertain. Unwanted in a way deeper than trespassing signs or fences. As though everything I had seen since crossing the lower part of the slope had been arranged according to rules that had nothing to do with legal property lines and everything to do with old attention. I kept climbing because stopping felt more dangerous than movement. The tracks, though faint now, still appeared just often enough to keep me from turning back. The red cloth markers continued too, never close together enough to form an obvious path, but near enough that I began to realize they were guiding something, or warning something off. I could not decide which possibility unsettled me more. The slope bent westward around a cluster of rock and laurel, and when I came through that narrow gap, the land opened just enough for me to see farther uphill than I had yet managed. That was when I saw the structure. At first I thought it was only a trick of vertical lines, gray trunks, shadows, maybe a split in the rock face catching light at the wrong angle. Then my eyes adjusted and the geometry held. A corner, straight, unmistakably made by hands. Beyond that, a darker shape low against the hillside, where no natural formation would have cut itself so square.
I took another step and saw more of it between the trees.
Not a standing house exactly, more like the remains of one. Something collapsed or half swallowed by the mountain. The roofline broken, one section sunken, a chimney or stone stack still rising above the rest. The whole thing set back in brush so thick it seemed less discovered than revealed for a moment by the angle of my approach. I stopped without meaning to. Even from that distance I could tell the place did not belong to random ruin. It belonged to all the signs below it. The cloth, the bones, the jars, the cut trees, the silence. That was the true change, the real crossing. Until then, however uneasy I had become, part of me had still been hoping the upper slope would resolve into ordinary backwoods ugliness, a hidden camp, a vagrant's den, evidence of some solitary old woman living rough and mean, something human enough to take to my father, something he could finally explain in plain words.
But standing there, with the rifle in my sweating hands, and the old structure visible through the trees like a rotten tooth surfacing through gum, I understood something else. What lay above the fence line was not random wilderness. It was marked, occupied, held together by signs of repeated use and long intention. Whatever had been left beneath my window the night before had not come wandering out of nameless woods. It had come from a place already arranged to receive it back. 3.1 The Ruin in the Trees. I stood there longer than I should have, staring through the trees at the shape uphill and trying to make it ordinary by force. A collapsed hunting blind, an old outbuilding from some forgotten property line dispute, a moonshiner's shack half taken back by the mountain. Any of those would have been easier to carry than what the place actually felt like from that first distance. Not abandoned, but waiting. The structure sat maybe 70 or 80 yards above me, tucked into the slope where the brush thickened around a shelf of rock. It had the look of something the forest had tried to eat and failed. Even through the trees, I could see the roof had mostly given way, one side sunken inward under years of rot and weather. The walls leaned where they still stood. A stone chimney rose above the collapsed line of the roof, with a stubbornness that made the whole ruin feel older than everything around it. That chimney bothered me immediately. Trees die, boards sag, tin peels back, but stone has a way of making a place feel committed. It meant somebody hadn't thrown this shelter together for a season. Somebody had built there to remain. I started uphill again, slower now.
The brush thickened around my legs and forced me into a crooked path. Laurel crowded in, dark on either side, and young saplings whipped back against my shoulders when I pushed through. My boots slipped twice on loose shale hidden under leaves. I kept the rifle angled low, less out of readiness now than because I did not know what I was walking into and wanted the familiar weight of it between me and whatever waited above. The silence held. Not absolute silence. There was still the faint tick of insects somewhere, and once I heard a leaf skitter over stone below me. But the slope around that ruin seemed to absorb ordinary sound instead of returning it. Even my own breathing started to feel like a mistake. The closer I got, the more the little signs I had already seen, the faded red cloth, the bone ornaments, the jars hung in branches, began to read less like random oddity and more like a perimeter. That was the word my mind kept trying to avoid. Perimeter. The place had boundaries, whether I understood them or not. When I was about 30 feet away, I stopped again and looked at the ground. There were prints in the mud where the shade held moisture. Not clean enough to study properly. Not like the ones beneath the cabin window, but enough to tell me I was not the first person to come through there recently. A few were mine from the angle of approach. The others were narrower and less deeply set, with the same slight, forward-weighted impression I had noticed below the north wall. Human-like, bare in places, then lost where the soil gave way to roots and old leaf mold. I told myself, for maybe the 10th time since leaving the cabin, that this had to be a squatter camp. Some old woman, some half-feral hermit, someone who knew enough mountain tricks to make a property feel cursed and private. That explanation was still available to me, and I clung to it because the alternative was shapeless and humiliating. I could handle a person, a difficult person, a dangerous person, even a deranged person. People have motives. People can be explained. People belong to the same world as doors and rifles and county roads. By the time I reached the little flat where the structure sat, I was repeating that thought under my breath like a prayer I didn't believe in. The ruin was worse up close. It wasn't a single-room shack the way I had first imagined. It had probably been a small homestead once, or the remains of one, a narrow dwelling built against the slope, with one side partly sunken into the earth and the downhill side facing a strip of open ground no larger than a yard. The front wall still held in pieces, though it bowed slightly outward. Most of the roof had caved in toward the back, leaving a broken angle of rotted boards and rusted metal sheeting that looked ready to collapse the rest of the way if the wind ever found courage up there again. The stone chimney still stood near the center, stained dark at the mouth as if fires had lived there for years and then stopped all at once. One doorway remained open. No door, just the frame, black within, tall and narrow enough that from a few steps away it looked less like an entrance than a mouth held open in patience. I did not like the thought, but it arrived before I could stop it. The yard around the ruin was cluttered, without feeling abandoned. That difference mattered. Abandoned places settle into randomness. Weather knocks things where it wants them. Rust and rot loosen everything into accident. Here, even the clutter felt arranged. Jars hung from nails driven into nearby trees, and into the remaining exterior posts of the house itself. Some were clear, some green or brown with old tint. A few still held cloudy rainwater and leaf fragments. Others hung empty, turning only slightly in the dead air. Their mouths had been capped with rags or wire mesh in places. More than one had residue inside. Dark flecks, silt, maybe herbs or soil, maybe nothing at all. It was impossible to tell without touching them, and I found I had no desire to touch anything. Animal skulls had been set along the stones edging the little yard, not piled, set. A raccoon's skull near the base of the chimney, a fox skull, I thought, or maybe a small dog, placed on a flat rock as though displayed. Bird bones and jaw bones and little pale fragments I did not want to identify, tucked into cracks between stones. They were weathered, yes, but not neglected. That was the part that made my skin tighten. Somebody had not merely collected them, somebody had kept them in place. Old cookware lay scattered close to the wall, an enamel pot with the white chipped away to rust beneath, a bent ladle, the blackened bottom of what might once have been a skillet. Near the doorway sat a crate of bottles, some broken, some intact. One blue glass bottle caught a little stray light through the trees and flashed at me so suddenly I thought for a second something had moved inside the ruin. It hadn't, at least not then. I made myself keep looking, keep inventory. That felt safer than reacting. Beside the chimney, half tucked under a board, lay a faded feed sack, stiff with age and damp. The print on it had mostly washed away, but enough remained to make out part of an old brand name and the outline of a hog or calf. Close by sat a rusted leg-hold trap, jaws open, chain still attached to a staple driven into a timber gone soft with rot. I crouched slightly to look at it and saw that the trap itself was old, but the chain had not fully fused with rust. It had been exposed, maybe handled, more recently than the age of the ruin should have allowed. On a ledge of stone near the doorway stood a medicine bottle, half full of something dark at the bottom, sediment or dried residue. The label had long since faded, but the shape of the bottle was familiar in an old American way. The sort of thing you still saw on shelves in antique stores, next to shaving mugs and tobacco tins and hand-crank coffee grinders. Near it lay a scrap of paper, pinned flat by a small stone. I picked up the stone with the rifle barrel and leaned closer. It was part of a church bulletin. Damp had glued it to the ground so that most of the print had blurred into soft gray. Still, I could make out two words clearly enough: Sunday service. Beneath that, part of a hymn number and the corner of a date ending in 7. It should not have meant much. Paper travels. Wind brings strange things into strange places. But in that yard, among the bottles and bones and feed sack and trap, the little scrap of church paper made the place feel even more rooted in the same world I came from. Not fantasy, not fairy tale. Appalachia, county churches, farm supply stores, men with dogs, women with canning jars. The horror of it lay partly in that. The place was wrong, but it was wrong in the middle of recognizable America. That recognition steadied me for a few seconds. Maybe this had once been a poor mountain woman's home. Maybe she had survived there by trapping and gathering and raiding what she could. Maybe locals had turned her into a story after she got old and strange enough to frighten their children. Mountain country is full of women turned into legends by distance and loneliness. I wanted that explanation hard enough to begin assembling it from the objects in front of me. The feed sack, the cookware, the medicine bottle, the trap, the church bulletin. A life. A poor one, maybe bitter and secretive, but still a life. Then I saw the root bundle hanging from the porch beam. It was fresh enough to bend,
Not green, not newly cut, but not old either. A small bundle of roots or herbs tied together with twine and hung upside down where the porch roof once extended.
The ends had dried some, but when I brushed one accidentally with the rifle barrel, it gave instead of snapping. That tiny movement unsettled me more than all the skulls had. It was a sign of recent use in a place my mind kept trying to assign to history. There were other signs once I started really seeing them. A shallow, muddy track near the doorway where someone had stepped more than once in recent weather. A strip of rabbit bones off to one side, stripped clean but not yet fully weathered white. A coffee tin with its lid removed and black residue inside that still smelled faintly of ashes when I leaned near it. None of it looked dramatic. None of it needed to. The effect came from accumulation, 100 small proofs that, whatever this place had once been, it had not gone entirely dead with time. Someone had continued it. My eyes kept returning to the doorway. The interior beyond it was dark, but not black enough to hide everything. I could make out the angle of one wall, part of a collapsed table or shelf, the outline of the chimney breast continuing inside. The floor looked uneven, half dirt and half old boards swallowed by earth. The smell coming from the opening was a complicated one. Damp wood, old soot, leaf mold, something herbal and bitter underneath, and another scent I could not place at first because it hid behind the rest. Then I recognized it, the same faint animal rot sweetness I had smelled outside the cabin before dawn. Not as strong, not fresh, but present. I stood in that little yard with my boots sunk slightly in the mud, the rifle slick in my hands, and felt the watched sensation tighten around me until it became almost physical. Not a sound, not movement, just pressure. As if, by arriving there, I had stepped into a circle of attention already established long before me. I looked back over my shoulder, downhill. From that angle, the path I had climbed was barely a path at all. Just brush, trees, hanging jars, bits of red cloth low in the growth. The cabin below was no longer visible. The lower property, the familiar part, had disappeared behind the fold of the slope. For the first time since following the tracks uphill, I felt fully cut off from it. The rational voice in me, the last small, practical remnant of the boy who believed fear should have a name and a plan, suggested that I had already seen enough. I could leave. I had found the source, or near enough to it. I could go back to the truck, drive home, and tell my father there was a ruin above the fence line still being used by someone. That would have been enough for any sensible man. But sensible men do not always turn around when they should. Part of it was pride, yes. Part was curiosity so sharpened by dread that it had become almost indistinguishable from compulsion. But there was something else, too. Something I only understood later. By the time I stood in front of that ruin, I no longer felt like I was investigating a mystery. I felt like I had been led to a threshold. The deer head, the footprints, the tied cloth, the jars and bones in the trees, none of it seemed random anymore. It all pointed here. And if it pointed here, then the doorway mattered. I took one careful step closer to it. The porch board beneath my weight gave a soft, damp creak that seemed much too loud in the stillness. Nothing moved inside. Still, I stopped again just outside the opening and looked up at the frame.
Old nails rusted into the wood, a weathered charm of some kind tied in the corner, twigs lashed with string, small feathers caught in it, one bead cloudy with age. Another little thing placed there and left. The place was too preserved to be accidental. That was the thought that finally settled into certainty inside me. Not tidy, not intact, not untouched, but preserved, maintained in pieces, refreshed in gestures,
kept alive by someone who knew what everything meant. And standing there at the mouth of it, with the roots still supple above me, and the rabbit bones not yet bleached pale by many seasons, I understood that what I had climbed into was not just an old ruin in the trees. It was a dwelling that had never fully stopped being lived in. 3.2 The Wall of Taken Things. I stood at the doorway longer than I should have, one boot on the soft porch board, the other still in the mud, staring into the dim interior and trying to decide whether caution and cowardice were really the same thing. From outside, the ruin had still belonged partly to daylight. However wrong it felt, the trees and stones and hanging jars around it were visible things, fixed in the same world as roads and guns and county lines. But the inside of the structure looked different. It looked sealed off from ordinary time. Not dark in the simple sense of lacking light, dark in the sense that light went in there and did not travel far. I told myself I only needed a quick look. A squatter camp, I thought again, a deranged old hermit place. Somebody poor, half-feral, territorial enough to turn a ruin into a warning. That explanation had become less convincing the higher I climbed, but it was still the only one I could speak to myself without feeling ridiculous. So I said it silently, once more, and ducked inside. The air changed immediately. Outside, even with the dead quiet and the stillness in the trees, the morning had retained some freshness to it. Cold, damp earth, leaf mold, creek water somewhere downhill. Inside, the smell thickened into layers. Damp wood first, then mold, then old soot and stale air. Beneath those came something sweet and wrong, the same kind of sweetness I had caught outside the cabin window before dawn, and again near the porch of the ruin. Not fresh blood exactly, not outright decay, but the lingering trace of organic things that had ended badly and not fully gone away. I stopped just inside and let my eyes adjust. The floor had once been boards, but dirt had claimed most of it back. In places, the wood still showed through in dark, warped strips. In others, the earth had risen over it entirely, packed smooth by time and weight. Bits of plaster or whitewash clung to one section of wall. The roof above had failed in more than one place, letting in narrow spears of daylight through broken slats and gaps in rusted sheet metal. Dust turned slowly in those beams, making the room feel less empty, not more. An old stove sat against one wall, squat and iron and flaking with rust. Its stovepipe had long since come loose from the chimney breast and now leaned at an angle like a snapped bone. A cracked enamel basin rested nearby on a box. Beside it lay a spoon, blackened with age, and something that might once have been a cup. The remains of a table sagged in one corner, beneath a clutter of bottles, cords, and bundled roots tied with twine. The roots were everywhere. Some hung from nails,
some from rafters still holding, some from strings tied between broken supports overhead. They made brown, twisted silhouettes against the shafts of light, thick at one end, thinning to wiry tails. Some might have been herbs, some looked like little claws. They shifted just enough when I moved beneath them to suggest the room was breathing with me. Near the back wall stood an iron bed frame. It had no mattress left on it, only springs sagging inward, and one corner sunk deeper into the dirt than the others.
The metal had once been painted white, or pale blue maybe, but rust had eaten through almost everything recognizable. One rail was bent. At the foot of it hung another little bundle of tied roots and feathers. I had the absurd thought that if I brushed past it, it might make a sound I would recognize from somewhere else, some half-forgotten family memory I did not want returned to me. Then I saw the cot in the middle of the room. It was small, child size, not a toy, not decorative, not random scrap. A real little cot or narrow camp bed set almost in the center of the floor, low to the ground, with its canvas long gone but the frame still intact enough to identify its purpose. It had been positioned deliberately, not tossed aside. The sight of it stopped me harder than anything else in that room had. Children had no place in what that ruin was. That was my first thought. My second was worse. Maybe children had once had a place in it.
I took one more step in, careful not to brush the hanging roots, and turned slowly, forcing myself to map the room. The chimney breast took up most of the far wall. The iron bed frame stood left of it. The cot rested almost centrally. The stove and shelves of bottles and broken household things crowded the right. There were old cans under one wall, a feed scoop, a coil of stiff wire, a crate with no lid. Everything carried the same impression as the yard outside. Not tidy, not untouched, but maintained in some half-decayed order that made chaos feel like a disguise rather than the truth. Then I saw the wall. For 1 second, I thought it was just shadow and clutter. The back left section of the ruin sat in deeper dimness, where the roof had not fully opened overhead, and the vertical lines of hanging roots and dangling cords seemed to blend into whatever was attached there. I took another half step, angled my head, and the details separated. Objects, dozens of them, fixed to the wall in rows and clusters by nails, wire, twine, and bent hooks driven into the boards. I didn't move for several seconds after understanding what I was looking at. Dog collars came first because I recognized the shape before I consciously knew I had. Leather collars, old and cracked, hanging from pegs or tied to nails. Some still had tags attached, tarnished dull. Some had broken buckles. One was cinched in a loop around the neck of a deer skull, mounted crookedly to the boards. Another looked newer than the rest, the leather less weathered, and for one ugly instant I thought it might be Archer's, before I realized the buckle was wrong. There were belt buckles, too, arranged in a rough line beneath the collars. Brass, steel, one engraved with a rodeo motif, almost worn away. A tobacco pouch, stiff with age, hung by its cord. Cracked eyeglasses had been pinned open to a board, as if they were meant to keep looking outward forever. A faded yellow ribbon, brittle at the edges, was tied around a nail beside a little cluster of children's objects: a plastic ring, a tiny shoe buckle, a red marble, a cheap metal hair clip with one tooth missing. My stomach tightened in a slow, cold way that had nothing to do with disgust and everything to do with recognition. These were not supplies, not scavenged junk, not a hoarder's pile. They had been selected, kept, mounted. A sheriff's badge had been nailed high near the center, the star-shaped kind county deputies used to wear decades ago, tarnished almost black, except where a few points still caught light. Below it hung a hunting license sealed under waxed paper that had yellowed and curled at the edges. I moved closer to it before I realized I was doing so, rifle hanging lower in my hand now, because my body had shifted from fear to something raw. Violation.
The license was too old to read clearly from where I stood, but I could make out enough to know it had once been a real document, folded and handled and carried in a wallet before ending up here. Nearby were old Polaroids, their surfaces milky with age. Most had faded to pale blurs and dark blocks of shape. One might have been a dog. Another, maybe two men standing in hunting orange. Another looked like trees and nothing else. Then one of the photographs caught me in the chest. It was small and badly clouded, the edges curled, the image almost gone from water damage, but the composition remained just clear enough to hurt. A low porch, a cabin wall, the line of a roof I knew as well as I knew the shape of my own hand. Our cabin. Not exactly as I knew it in that moment, but younger. Before one side of the porch had been patched, before the railing had been replaced, before the storm damage my father once fixed on the north wall with newer boards that never matched right.
The photo was not good enough to prove in court, or to a stranger. To me, it didn't need to be. I knew that cabin in the blurred little rectangle the same way a person knows their own childhood home in a dream, even when the dream gets details wrong. My mouth went dry. I looked away, then looked back again, hoping the second glance would undo the first. It didn't. Next to that photograph hung a lock of hair tied neatly with thread. Dark once, maybe, though age had dulled it to the color of wet bark. Under it was another little object I recognized only after bending slightly to see it better. A brass lighter case with an eagle stamped on one side. My grandfather had carried one almost exactly like it for years, not similar, like it. I had watched him pull it from his shirt pocket on the porch 100 times. He used it with a thumb movement so practiced it seemed a reflex.
After he quit smoking, he kept carrying it anyway for years, using it to start the grill or the burn pile or the fireplace at home. I remembered the scratch across one corner from where he once dropped it on stone. The case on the wall had that same scratch. I do not know if sound came out of me then. Maybe a breath, maybe nothing. That was the moment curiosity ended. Until then, I had still been trying to assemble the place into some version of reality I could survive. Hermit camp, old mountain woman, ritual trash, local cruelty layered over poverty and isolation. But the lighter case, my grandfather's lighter case, or one so identical it made no difference, split that effort cleanly in two. This was not merely a ruin in the woods with strange objects in it. This was a place that had been taking things from people, from lives, from the world below. Not stealing in the practical sense alone, though maybe that too, taking in the older sense, claiming, keeping.
Turning other people's ordinary possessions into proof of contact. My eyes moved faster now, desperate and disbelieving. A child's charm bracelet, missing half its little pendants. A belt knife sheath without the knife. A church key opener wired beside the sheriff's badge. A man's wedding band pierced through by a nail. A small fabric doll with one eye gone, pinned through the torso to a board. Every item carried the same awful message once you saw the pattern. Someone had lost these, yes, but not in the simple way people lose things in woods or leave them in abandoned houses. These had been gathered, chosen for memory, chosen because they once belonged elsewhere, belonged to someone, and now they belonged here. I became suddenly aware that I was standing too close to the wall. I took a step back and nearly stumbled over something on the floor behind me.
The rifle bumped against the side of the cot with a hollow little metallic knock that made me flinch so violently I almost raised it at the wall itself. That was when I heard the sound. A wet little click from behind me, not loud, not enough to be placed instantly, which made it worse. It was the kind of small, intimate sound the body recognizes before the mind does. Tongue against teeth, perhaps, or saliva shifting in a mouth held half open. Close enough that it did not belong to the room in general. It belonged to something inside it, with me. I turned so fast the rifle barrel struck the hanging roots and set two of them swaying. Nothing stood immediately behind me. The doorway remained open to the gray-green light outside. The stove crouched where it had been, the bed frame, the hanging bundles, the child-size cot in the middle of the room. But the space no longer felt empty.
I can describe that sensation only by comparison. It was like realizing, in the middle of a conversation, that a third person has entered quietly and has been listening long enough to understand what matters. A pressure change, a redistribution of the room's attention. My skin had gone cold from scalp to wrists. I backed away from the wall another step, unable to stop looking between the doorway and the deeper dark around the cot. The ruined house had crossed some line while I wasn't watching. Or maybe I had. Maybe the line was simply this: seeing enough to understand the place was not abandoned by history. It was fed by it. And whatever fed it had known my family for a very long time. 3.3 The Woman and the Thing Under the Cot. I turned toward the doorway, expecting, at the very least, to catch movement. A shoulder slipping past the frame, a shape between the hanging roots, a branch outside brushing the porch post. In some way, my nerves had mistaken for something intimate and alive. Instead, I saw her standing there, as if she had always been there, and I had only just become capable of noticing. She was smaller than I had imagined. That was the first wrong thing about her. Not harmless small, not frail small, just smaller than the size fear had been building in my head since the voice outside the cabin. She stood in the doorway with one shoulder slightly lowered, almost casual, as if the ruined house and the trees around it belonged to her in the same effortless way a porch belongs to someone who has lived in the same place too long to think about ownership anymore. She wore a dress that might once have been pale blue or white, but had long since gone to the color of old dishwater. Dirt had darkened the hem. One sleeve hung lower than the other,
stretched out at the cuff.
The fabric clung in places and sagged in others, making it hard to tell what shape she truly had beneath it. Her skin hung loose at the throat and jaw, thin and folded like damp paper left out and dried wrong. Gray hair fell in rope-like strands around her face and shoulders, some of it tucked behind one ear, most of it not. Her feet were bare, blackened underneath as if permanently stained by wet soil, soot, or something older than either. I did not understand for a second what I was seeing, because my mind had prepared itself for either a normal person or nothing at all, something ordinary and human, or something so impossible it would register as pure panic. She was worse than either. She looked real enough to touch, real enough to smell if I stepped closer, but wrong in a way that stripped the world around her of scale. A woman, yes. Old, yes, but not diminished by either fact. And her eyes were alive. That is the detail that stayed with me most clearly over the years. Not ghostly, not milky, not dead-looking. Alive in the most terrible sense, focused, alert, and full of specific attention. They landed on me with none of the fog or confusion I would later wish for in memory. She knew exactly who she was looking at. There was no uncertainty in her at all. In one hand, she held something that caught the dim light and swung once before settling. Archer's brass tag. I knew it before I even consciously recognized the letters. The shape was wrong for a coin, and too small for a buckle piece. It hung from a short strip of dark leather cut close at both ends, and when she shifted her wrist, I saw the little brass oval flash again, and felt the room inside me drop away. My father had burned that collar. I had watched it burn, and yet the tag was there in her hand. For a second, I thought maybe I had confused it with another dog tag, another piece of brass from the wall, another object in a place now cluttered with the stolen remains of other lives. Then she lifted her hand a little higher, and the tag turned enough for the stamped letters to catch. Archer. I don't remember raising the rifle. One moment it was hanging low and useless in my hand. The next, I had it halfway up, not aimed exactly, just lifted in the clumsy, instinctive way a body reaches for structure when its mind has gone too wide with fear. She looked at the rifle, then back at me, and smiled. There was nothing theatrical about it, no baring of teeth, no widening of the mouth beyond what a person might do on a front porch when greeting someone they already know by name. That was why it was worse. The smile had no warmth in it at all, no social purpose, no humor. It was simply the shape her face made to acknowledge that I had finally arrived where she expected me. If she had rushed me then, I might have fired cleanly. If she had screamed, if she had lunged, if she had done anything my body could recognize as attack, then instinct might have taken over in a way that spared me the next few seconds. Instead, she did something far more damaging. She shifted one step to the side and glanced toward the cot in the center of the room. Just her eyes first, then a small tilt of her chin. It was such a quiet, ordinary gesture that for one blank second, my mind obeyed it before my fear could object. I looked where she looked, because human beings are built to follow attention. That reflex is older than caution. The cot sat low and narrow in the filtered light, its frame rusted, its canvas gone slack in the middle. For a heartbeat, I saw nothing beyond what I had already seen, just the old little bed frame and the dark underneath it, where the light from the broken roof didn't reach. Then something moved there. A hand slid out from beneath the cot. Not fast, not with the jerking speed of a jump scare or the sudden violence of an animal. Slow enough that I saw it emerge in stages. First the fingertips, then the knuckles, then the long, flat angle of the hand itself, easing into the light and stopping there, as if testing the room. Human-shaped, yes. That was the worst part. If it had been a claw or paw or some clearly animal thing, I could have filed it away under simple terror and acted accordingly. But it was shaped like a hand in all the broad ways that mattered. 5 fingers, a palm, a wrist. It was only when the sight of it fully landed that the wrongness began multiplying. The fingers were too still once they stopped moving. Not stiff, exactly, deliberately placed. The skin looked dark in some places and pale in others, not with the natural variation of a living hand, but with the patchy, uneven quality of something that spent too much time out of light. The nails were not long enough to be grotesque, which somehow made them worse. They looked normal at a glance, and then not normal at all. Everything about the hand seemed to exist 1 inch off from the human body I wanted it to belong to. I heard breathing then, not hers, under the cot, low and close to the floor, a damp, careful pull of air in and out from a space too small for comfort. The sound was not frantic. It was waiting. My vision tightened until the whole room seemed arranged around that hand. I was aware, in fragments, of the woman still standing in the doorway, of Archer's tag in her hand, of the roots overhead turning slightly from the air I had disturbed, of my own finger too close to the trigger. But all of that came from far away. The real center of the room now was the space beneath the cot, and the thing in it was no longer hidden enough to remain theory. The woman spoke without raising her voice. "You came where you were told not to." Every word landed cleanly. No slur, no wildness, no cackling mountain madness. She sounded old, yes, but in control. Worse than control. Familiar. Like she was repeating a line from a conversation already had many times before, perhaps with men in my family, whose names she no longer found worth saying aloud. My mouth was dry enough that when I tried to answer, nothing came at first. She looked at me, then at the rifle again, then back toward the cot, as if reminding me there were 2 of them in the room, and I had not yet understood which one mattered more. A second sound came from under the cot then, something between a breath and a little wet shift against the dirt floor. That broke whatever thin reasoning I had left. I fired. I wish I could tell you I aimed. I wish I could say I chose a target and acted like a person rather than an animal cornered inside his own heartbeat. The truth is simpler. My body jerked, the rifle came fully up, and the shot tore out of the room before I had decided whether I meant it for her, the cot, or the dark in general. The blast in that enclosed space was catastrophic. Sound slammed off the walls and roof and back into me hard enough to empty the room of every other sense for a second. My ears went instantly numb and ringing. Light burst from the muzzle in a white-orange bloom that burned her shape into my eyes. Dust jumped from the rafters. Dirt kicked up from the floor. Something overhead cracked sharply as one of the hanging root bundles snapped loose and fell. I stumbled backward, half blind, the rifle slipping in my hands. The woman had moved. Not in the way a person recoils from a shot. Not with panic or pain. 1 second she had been beside the doorway. The next she was farther left, almost beyond the frame, not running, not even flinching the way she should have if I had come anywhere close to hitting her. And she was laughing. Not loud, not hysterical. A low, breathy, genuine laugh, as if I had just confirmed something amusing she had suspected all along. That laugh did more damage to me than the hand under the cot. I had fired a rifle inside a ruined house at point-blank range and received in return not fear, not injury, not even anger, only amusement. Whatever balance of power I had been pretending still existed between us ended right there. Then the hand under the cot moved again. This time it did not simply slide. It pressed, flexed, and drew forward another inch. And with it came the unmistakable impression of a second arm, bent under the frame, and something larger shifting in the darkness behind it. Not fully emerging, not yet, but gathering itself. I did not wait to see more. I turned and ran. The rifle banged against the doorframe as I passed through, almost wrenching from my grip. The porch boards gave under my boots. One of the hanging jars clipped my shoulder and shattered somewhere behind me on stone. I hit the yard badly, slipped in mud, caught myself with one hand, and came up running downhill without any plan beyond distance. Behind me, I heard her laugh once more. Not closer, not chasing, just following enough to let me know the ruin, the yard, the trees around it, all of it remained hers whether I fled or not. I crashed through the laurel and saplings so fast the slope stopped being terrain and became impact. Branches whipped my face and arms. Loose shale slid underfoot. I nearly lost the rifle twice and should have let it go once, but held on out of reflex more than sense. The red cloth strips tied low in the brush flashed in and out at the edge of my vision, as if the whole mountainside had begun marking my way for me, now that I finally understood what kind of place I had climbed into. I did not look back until I was 30 yards down slope and half falling. When I did, I saw only the ruin between the trees, the doorway dark again, the little yard cluttered and still. No woman visible, no hand, no movement I could swear to, and somehow that was worse. Because now I knew the truth of the place was not contained in what I had seen. The woman was real, terribly, physically real. But she was not the only thing in that house. Something else had been under the cot with her, hidden, waiting, breathing in the dark. And if the way she looked at it meant anything, it might not even have been the worse of the two. 4.1 The Flight Downhill. I did not run well. That is one of the few mercies in memory because it means I remember enough of that descent to know how wrong it was. If I had been faster, if terror had turned me into one clean movement instead of the clumsy, crashing animal I actually became, maybe I would have reached the lower slope too quickly to notice what was happening around me. But fear did not make me graceful. It made me loud, stupid, and desperate. I hit branches shoulder first. I slid where I should have stepped. I let the rifle swing too loose in my grip and nearly lost it twice before I realized I was holding it like dead weight, not protection. The mountain took advantage of that immediately. The ground dropped steeper than I remembered climbing it. What had seemed difficult but manageable on the way up now became a slant of loose shale, roots, and hidden holes waiting under the leaves. My boots skidded sideways. The laurel thickets I had pushed through on the ascent now seemed to close behind me and reach forward at the same time, snagging my sleeves, catching the rifle barrel, whipping back into my face when I shoved through them too hard. I could still hear the gunshot in my ears, or maybe what I heard was the space it had left behind, the kind of ringing emptiness that makes every other sound arrive warped and too close. My breath tore in and out of me. My heartbeat had gone past pounding and into something thinner, faster, almost electrical. I remember the blood taste in my mouth, though I had not bitten my tongue yet. I remember the absurd clear thought that if I fell and broke an ankle up there, I would never be found in any way that mattered. For the first 10 or 15 seconds, I thought only of distance. Get away from the shack, get below the marked trees, get past the hanging jars, get back to the fence line, back to the part of the land my family still pretended belonged to us. Then the sounds in the woods changed, and I understood I was not simply fleeing a place. Something was moving with me. It began with clicking. At first I thought it was the rifle, or the metal sling loop knocking lightly against the stock as I ran. But the rhythm was wrong. Too irregular to be my own gear, too placed to be branches snapping underfoot. I heard it once off to my right. 2 quick little clicks with a pause between them, wet and hard at the same time, like teeth finding each other inside a mouth that had not decided whether to bite. Then again farther ahead, then once behind me. I did not stop. I did not call out. I ran harder, which only made the downhill more dangerous. Leaves exploded under my boots. One of the red cloth strips tied low on a branch flashed across my face and left a line of cold moisture on my cheek where dew or old rain had gathered in it. I threw up an arm, stumbled, recovered badly, and crashed through a stand of saplings so thin and tight together they clattered around me like dry bones. Something moved to my left. Not a full shape, not enough to name, just interruption. Brush giving way where I was not, shadow shifting between trunks in a rhythm too matched to my own descent to be coincidence. I cut right without deciding to, and almost immediately heard movement answer me from that side too. That was when the true panic arrived. Not because I knew what pursued me, because I could not tell if there was one thing keeping pace or several. The clicking came again, closer this time, almost level with me. I caught a pale blur between 2 trees uphill and to the right, an arm, maybe, or the underside of a branch turned wrong in the light. By the time my eyes tried to lock onto it, it was gone. I kept moving, branches lashing my forearms and neck, sweat cooling too fast on my back where the morning air cut through my shirt. Then came the scrape, a single, long sound on bark, not near my feet where my own body might have caused it, higher, ahead and slightly above, as if something moving alongside me had dragged nails or metal or bone along the trunk of a tree while passing. The sound shivered down the slope and lodged itself in my shoulders. I made the mistake then of looking uphill while still moving downhill. My foot came down on loose shale and shot forward. I dropped hard onto one knee and one hand, the rifle striking a rock with a crack that
made me think for half a second I had snapped the stock. Pain flared up my leg. Before I could fully rise, something low and fast crossed between two trunks, maybe 20 feet away. Not upright, not on all fours either, at least not in any clean animal way I could recognize. Just low, fast movement, hugging the ground, and gone before my fear could organize it into anatomy. I lurched back to my feet and ran again. The woods no longer felt like background. That was the true shift. Up to that point, even after the ruin, even after the woman in the doorway and the hand sliding from beneath the cot, I had still been thinking in terms of individual threat. A person, a creature, a thing in a house.
But descending that slope, with the sounds changing position around me, and the trees seeming to hand those sounds along instead of obstructing them, I began to feel something worse. The mountain was not merely occupied, it was cooperative. The brush slowed me exactly where it should. The ground gave way underfoot at the worst moments. Every time I tried to cut a new angle downhill, some combination of laurel, exposed roots, and loose stone forced me back toward narrower passages between trees, where sight lines shortened and sounds multiplied. I know that can all be explained naturally. Terrain is terrain. Fear sharpens pattern into intention. I understand that. I understood some of it even then, but natural explanations did not stop the sensation of being handled. I heard laughter once. Not the full sound I had heard in the ruin after the gunshot, not open amusement.
Just a brief, breathy little release, so close behind me that I ducked instinctively and almost slammed my face into a trunk. I wheeled half around, with the rifle rising uselessly in my hands, and saw only brush trembling where I had just come through. Nothing else. Nothing visible. The silence after that laugh lasted perhaps 2 seconds. Then movement resumed on both sides. I ran again, now too frightened to care whether I was making noise enough to draw everything on the mountain. My left sleeve tore on something hooked. My shin struck a hidden log hard enough to make my vision flare white at the edges. I kept going anyway, half hopping for 3 steps until the leg remembered itself. Below me, the slope seemed to open slightly, and with that opening came new danger. Rain had cut a washout through one section of the mountain, a narrow gully disguised under leaves and brush until you were nearly in it. I saw it only because my front foot punched through the soft edge and dropped farther than it should have. I flung my weight backward at the last second and slid on my heels, arms windmilling, dirt and leaves collapsing into the hollow below. One more step and I would have gone in head first. I landed hard on my side, breath knocked out of me. For a second I could do nothing but drag air and stare at the narrow dark of the washout, roots hanging into it like fingers. Something clicked above me. I rolled instinctively, and a small stone bounced past where my head had been, dislodged from somewhere uphill. I scrambled up with no grace at all, grabbing at a sapling to steady myself. Its bark came away in my palm, damp and soft, and I had the irrational thought that even the trees up there were too rotten to trust. As I moved again, I caught sight of one of the red cloth strips farther down slope, tied low around a young maple. Another hung beyond it, and another after that, half hidden by leaves.
I had taken them for markers on the way up, and maybe they were. But in that moment they no longer looked like trail signs. They looked like the mountain had dressed itself in little pieces of warning and was now flashing them at me in passing. each one appearing just long enough to prove I was still inside whatever boundary they described. The clicking kept pace, sometimes close, sometimes farther off, once directly ahead of me, which made no sense unless whatever was following had circled faster than I could descend. I stopped trying to understand it. Understanding requires spare thought, and by then all of mine had been converted into movement and reaction. A pale shape appeared again to my right. This time I got more of it. The length of an arm, maybe bare, maybe only pale cloth, reaching around a tree trunk and withdrawing before I could aim. The glimpse was so brief it might have been nothing, but paired with the scrape on bark that came immediately after, it was enough to convince the oldest part of my brain that the things around me, whether one or many, were not trying to catch me in the straightforward way predators catch prey. They were pacing me, matching me, letting me know exactly where the line of escape was and how easily it could be narrowed. That knowledge did something final to my fear. It moved me past panic and into a kind of stripped survival thinking, where every second became physical and stupid. Tree, rock, breath, step. Don't fall. Don't stop. Don't look too long. Don't listen too hard. Keep the rifle. Keep moving. I do not know how long the descent lasted. It felt much longer than the climb up, though it cannot have been. Time on that slope had ceased behaving like time measured by clocks, and had become instead a sequence of collisions, near misses, sounds, and glimpses.
At one point, I was certain I saw someone moving parallel to me through the trees below. Upright, almost human height, dress or cloth catching pale between the trunks. I turned toward it and immediately heard the clicking from behind, which meant either I had imagined the figure below me, or there truly were multiple things moving on different lines around me. At another point, something low rushed from one laurel pocket to another and vanished so cleanly that my mind rejected it afterward, filing it with impossible movements, the way it might dismiss a nightmare upon waking. But at the time, there was no dismissing anything. The mountain had become one long refusal to let me settle on a single explanation. The more I fled, the less this felt like a chase, and the more it felt like being escorted through hostile ground by unseen hands. That was the horror of it. Not a monster at my heels, not even the old woman herself, though I never stopped feeling she was somewhere within all of it. The horror was that the woods no longer behaved like neutral terrain.
Every tree seemed positioned to conceal and reveal at exactly the wrong times. Every shift in elevation threatened to break an ankle or blindside me into a hidden hollow. Every sound arrived with just enough intelligence behind it to suggest it was not sound alone. By the time the slope began easing and the first grayer light of the lower property filtered through ahead, I no longer felt like I had outrun anything. I felt like I had been allowed to descend. And that realization, more than the laughter, more than the clicking, more than the glimpses between trunks, followed me the rest of the way down toward the fence line like a hand I could not turn around and catch. 4.2. Back inside the cabin. I hit the fence harder than I meant to. 1 second I was still half running, half falling through the lower trees, lungs burning, the mountain pressing at my back with every sound it chose to let me hear.
The next, the old upper fence line appeared through the brush like something I had dreamed into existence. Weather gray posts, sagging wire, the same boundary I'd spent my childhood treating like a rule, and the last hour learning to fear, as if it were the edge of weather itself. I didn't stop to think. I caught the top rail with one hand, jammed a boot into the wire, and threw myself over. The rifle snagged. For one terrifying instant, I thought I was going to hang there tangled, a fool in denim and panic, with half the mountain watching. Then the sling tore free. I dropped awkwardly and hit the lower side on my shoulder hard enough to knock a grunt out of me. I rolled, came up to one knee, and turned. Nothing came over after me. No pale hand through the brush, no low shape slipping beneath the fence, no old woman at the line looking down with Archer's brass tag in her hand. The woods above it had gone still in that dense, withholding way they had before. Not empty, never empty, just silent enough to make me feel ridiculous for expecting a clean visual confirmation of what I knew had followed me. My chest was heaving. Sweat ran cold down my ribs. I listened for clicking, for bark scrape, for laughter. Nothing. That should have comforted me. It didn't. The silence above the fence felt less like absence than restraint, as if whatever belonged up there had no need to cross to prove a point. I got to my feet and started for the cabin, not running now only because the lower slope felt suddenly more treacherous than the climb had. My legs had gone unsteady, my right knee hurt. My left palm was packed with grit from where I'd caught myself near the washout. I kept looking uphill as I moved, then hating myself for it. The cabin came into view through the trees with such force of relief that I nearly laughed. It looked ordinary. That was the insult of it. Sagging porch, tin roof, split wood under the tarp, the same little raised square of human intent I had entered the day before, as if family ownership meant anything here. From a distance, it almost passed for safety. Up close, I knew better. Still, a structure with corners and a door felt preferable to open woods, and that was enough for me. I crossed the yard fast, climbed the porch, and got inside without once looking at the north window. Only after the front door was shut and latched did I let myself breathe in a way that felt even vaguely human. The interior seemed smaller than before, and hotter, though the air had a chill under it near the north side. Light came through the windows in flat daytime bands. Dust hung in the room where my entrance had disturbed it. My duffel still lay where I'd left it. The broom still leaned against the wall. The little domestic order I had made for myself the day before remained intact, and for a moment that enraged me. It made the room feel like it had betrayed me by continuing to resemble a place people used for sleeping and eating. Then I moved. There was no plan to it, just action. I shoved the table toward the door first. It scraped across the floor with a noise that raised the hair on my arms. Then one chair, then the wood box, then the heavier crate from the pantry corner. I was not trying to create a real barricade so much as the idea of one. Anything to put weight and effort between me and whatever might decide the door was more courtesy than obstacle. After that, I turned to the sleeping area. The mattress, thin, old, and barely worth the name, was still where I had dragged it the night before. Not directly against the north wall, but near enough that seeing it there made something in me recoil. I seized it by one end and hauled it across the floor toward the opposite side of the room, not stopping until the frame and bedding sat as far from the north-facing wall as the cabin layout would allow. Only then did I realize what I was doing. Not fortifying, avoiding that wall, that window, that side of the cabin where children had never been allowed to sleep, and where a voice in the dark had known whose boy I was before I ever saw her face. I stood there,
with my hands on the mattress edge, breathing hard, and told myself to think. Leave now. That was the obvious answer. Truck, keys, road, dust, distance. I went for the keys first, found them where I had dropped them beside the enamel bowl, and shoved them into my pocket. Then I grabbed my phone and tried to call my father. No signal. At first I thought I was holding the phone wrong, or standing in the dead pocket of the room where reception always failed. I crossed to the front window. Nothing.
One bar blinked in and out, then vanished. I moved to the porch, held the phone high like an idiot, watched it search, hesitate, and settle on emptiness. I tried again. Nothing. Back inside, I went through the drawer where we kept batteries, old manuals, a half-working weather radio, and odds and ends nobody threw away because mountain cabins turn everyone into archivists. I found the radio, switched it on, and got only hiss with faint bursts of static beneath, the sort that teases meaning without giving any. I changed position, turned the dial, tried the weather band. More static. I set it down harder than I meant to and headed for the truck. The key turned. The engine did not. Not even a proper attempt, just a thin, struggling click, and then nothing. I sat there, gripping the wheel, heart climbing all over again, as if it had been waiting behind my ribs for exactly this. The truck had run fine on the drive in. No hesitation, no warning. Battery problems weren't unheard of, especially with an older vehicle. But this felt wrong in a way I cannot defend except by saying my body recognized the shape of the moment before my mind allowed it. I tried again. Click. Nothing. Again, this time not even the click, only the dry, dead feel of a machine refusing its role. I stared through the windshield toward the yard, suddenly aware of how exposed the truck cab felt. Glass on all sides, thin doors, open view to the north side if I turned my head even slightly. I did not turn it. Instead, I checked the dash like an answer might have written itself there. Battery dead, I thought. Loose cable, something ordinary, something that had coincidentally chosen this exact hour to fail because coincidence is what happens constantly in the world and is usually the right answer. But I had watched Archer's brass tag swing in the woman's hand after seeing the collar burn. Ordinary explanations had begun losing ground. I got out, circled to the hood, popped it, and stared in without really seeing what I was looking at. I knew enough about engines to recognize obvious damage and little else. Nothing seemed visibly wrong. No torn cable, no leaking fluid, no sign of animal chewing. The battery terminals were corroded some, but not catastrophically. I put a hand on one cable and found it firm. Then I noticed the blood on my shirt. Not much at first. Dark streaks near the cuff and a smear across the front where I must have caught myself falling on the slope. I looked down at my jeans and saw more there. Thin red-brown lines across the thigh where briars had scored me. One larger stain near the knee. For half a second my thoughts jumped somewhere stupid and cold. That not all of it was mine. That something from the ruin or the thing beneath the cot had brushed me on the way out and left a piece of itself behind. I checked my arms, my hands, my neck. Most of it came from scratches. One cut on my forearm had bled more than I realized. Another on the back of my hand had mixed with dirt into a rust-colored smear. Normal enough, human enough. That should have helped. It didn't, because seeing my own blood only reminded me of how much else I had already smelled and stepped through that morning. I slammed the hood shut and turned back to the cabin. That was when I realized I no longer had the flashlight. I must have lost it on the mountain, either dropped it near the washout or at the ruin, or somewhere in that broken downhill flight where I had stopped being a person and turned into motion. The loss itself was small compared to everything else, but it hit me hard. A flashlight is not only light, it is a way of pretending darkness stays obedient. Losing it meant another piece of ordinary control had been stripped out of the day without my consent. Back inside the cabin, the silence had changed. I could hear something outside. Not footsteps exactly, more the suggestion of weight moving around the house with patience. Leaves shifting. A soft drag now and then. The porch creaking once where no wind touched it. I stood near the middle of the room and listened with every nerve in me. The movement circled slowly, not hurried, not trying to conceal itself fully either. Just enough sound to place it, then lose it, then place it again, a little farther along the wall. One pass along the front, then quiet. Then something near the corner, then behind the cabin. I turned with it, rifle in my hands, feeling ridiculous and hunted in equal measure. An old woman, I told myself, just an old woman. Maybe not alone, maybe with feral dogs or some malformed scavenger thing half-trained to her. Maybe the hand beneath the cot had belonged to a person deformed by illness or age or injury. Maybe the whole place above the fence line was a squatter camp that had become family mythology. Because fear always grows where generations refuse to speak plainly. I wanted those thoughts to hold. I tried to stack them, one after another, like sandbags against floodwater. Old woman, feral animals, adrenaline, shock, hallucination after the gunshot in the enclosed space. But every time I managed a little structure of reason, something pushed through it. Archer's tag in her hand, the wall of taken things, my grandfather's lighter case hanging among them, the hand under the cot, still as placed bone until it moved. And most of all, the way she had laughed after I fired. Laughed not because I missed, that alone would have been bad enough, but because whatever I thought the rifle meant to the situation had been funny to her. Something brushed the outside wall. I froze. Not a full blow, just contact. Slow, gliding, almost thoughtful. Then a single bump. The cabin gave the sound back through its boards, not loud, heavy enough. A pause followed, then another bump, this time closer to the north side. I became aware that I was backing away again without deciding to, putting distance between myself and that wall the same way I had the night before. My shoulders had tightened so badly they hurt. The room felt full of all the things I had moved, table, chairs, mattress, crate, yet none of them altered the basic truth that the cabin no longer functioned as shelter. It only functioned as a place where I would hear whatever was outside before it chose to come closer. The circling resumed, slow, patient, almost domestic, like someone walking the perimeter of a house they knew well, checking windows before dark. I stood in the middle of that room with no signal, a dead truck, no flashlight, my own blood drying in streaks on my sleeves, and all my explanations breaking, one by one, under the simplest question available. If this was only a woman, only an old hermit with animals and mountain tricks,
then why had my family spent years refusing to say her name, as if even naming her would count as an invitation? 4.3. The rock through the window. Dusk came early on that side of the mountain. I had always known that, in the practical way people know the habits of a place they've visited all their lives. The ridge stole light sooner than you expected. The north side of the cabin cooled first. Shadows thickened there while the yard still held the last of the day. As a child, I used to think evening approached our property from uphill, spilling down through the trees in a slow, dark way.
That evening, shut inside the cabin, with a dead truck in the yard and no signal on my phone, it felt less like nightfall and more like something taking its position. I did what people do when there is nothing useful left to do. I moved around the room, pretending movement itself was a plan. I checked the door again, checked the windows, set the useless radio closer to hand, found extra shells in the old tin and laid them on the table in a line as if neatness might steady me. I drank water I didn't want and forced down half a sleeve of crackers, because hunger and fear together make the body less reliable. Once I thought about walking out before dark and trying the truck again. The thought died before it fully formed. The yard outside had taken on that flat waiting look all bad places get in late evening, where every open space seems less empty than arranged. By the time the first stripe of orange vanished from the tops of the trees, the cabin had become a box of edges and pauses. The sounds outside returned with the dark. Not all at once. The way rain begins sometimes, one drop, then another, until you realize a pattern has already formed around you. First, I heard something brush the side of the porch. Then, a soft movement in leaves near the front corner. Then a long, quiet stretch in which I caught myself leaning forward, waiting for the next sign, as if anticipation itself had become one more trap the place had set for me. The scratching began just after the room had gone fully dim. It came from the outside of the cabin, low at first, then moving. Not frantic clawing, not the random scrape of a branch blown against wood. This was slower, thinner, a testing sound. Something hard, or something made hard by use, drawing along the boards in a line that stopped, resumed, changed height, continued. It moved around the house. I could follow it by ear. Along one wall, silence. Then again near a corner. Then the faintest little drag below the level of the windows, as if whatever made it had paused to reposition before continuing. Once it reached the north side, it lingered there longer. I stood in the middle of the room, with the rifle raised toward the dark shape of that wall, and understood, with a level of clarity that made me feel briefly cold and calm, that I was no longer waiting for help, or sleep, or explanation. I was waiting for demonstration. The scratching went on for what felt like an hour, though it could not have been that long. Fear stretches time by removing everything from it except your own awareness. There was only the room, the rifle, the dark glass, the old mattress shoved far from the north wall, and the sound circling just outside as if checking whether the cabin still remembered its own weak spots. Then it stopped. The silence that followed was worse. Up to that point, noise had at least given me something to place. Once the scratching ended, all the shape went out of the danger. The room seemed to tighten around its own stillness. I could hear tiny things again, the small shift of old boards under my weight, the dry little tick from the cooling stove, my own breath entering and leaving through my mouth because I no longer trusted myself to breathe through my nose and smell what might be waiting outside. I kept the rifle aimed at the north window. It was not heroism, it was fixation. Every part of me had narrowed to that pane of glass and the blackness behind it. I did not want to look elsewhere because I had become convinced, without evidence, without reason I could defend, that the moment I looked away was the moment something would happen there. Nothing did. Not for a long while. That, too, felt intentional. I began to notice the burn in my arms from holding the rifle ready. My lower back ached, sweat cooled under my shirt and turned clammy.
Once I lowered the barrel an inch and immediately raised it again, ashamed of myself, though no one was there to see.
Somewhere outside on the north side, a single leaf shifted. Then nothing. Then, so faintly I almost thought I imagined it, a pressure sound against the window, not a knock, not impact. Pressure. Glass has a voice when something leans into it slowly, a tiny resisting complaint, more felt than heard at first. The pane gave one thin little note, and I stepped backward without meaning to. Another note followed, slightly louder, then a third. And I realized with a crawling sickness that the window was not being struck, it was being pressed. I could not see anything through the dark beyond it, no face, no hands, no outline, just the shape of the window and the sound of something patient on the other side, applying force, a little at a time, as if testing whether the old glass remembered how to hold. A hairline crack appeared.
At first, it looked like a pale thread in the dark, something my eyes had invented.
Then it lengthened, catching what little interior light remained, and I knew it was real. It crept from one side of the pane inward, with the dreadful calm of ice spreading over water. I took another step back. The crack deepened. A tiny ticking sound came from the frame. Then another line branched off from the first, thin and white and alive with strain. My whole body had gone rigid except for my hands, which had begun to tremble around the rifle stock. I should have shouted, fired through the glass, done something loud and simple. Instead, I stood there, watching it happen, because the mind does strange things when terror arrives too slowly. Sudden violence gives you an event. Gradual violence gives you time to understand. The pane gave one sharp snap, not enough to break, enough to warn. Then everything happened at once.
A dark mass came through the window, with an explosion of glass and wood that filled the room white for a second. Shards sprayed inward. The frames split with a cracking sound, like a tree limb giving way in a storm. Something heavy struck the floorboards, hard enough to shake the chair beside the wall, and send one of the shells from the table spinning across the room. I flinched so violently the rifle went wide, my shoulder slamming the partition behind me. Glass hit my sleeve, my neck, the floor around my boots in a bright, rattling spill. When the sound settled enough for me to think, I saw what had come through. A rock. Not a hand-sized stone thrown by a person in anger. Not random debris kicked loose by weather. A full chunk of rough, dark rock, larger than a bowling ball, maybe 30 or 40 pounds. Jagged on one side, smeared with fresh dirt where it had torn through the frame. It sat where it had landed,
among splinters and broken glass, like something the mountain had sent instead of entering itself. For a few seconds I could only stare at it. Then I looked beyond it, at the spot where the bed used to be. Not the place where I had dragged the mattress earlier in panic, but the old familiar sleeping place on the north side where it had sat before I moved it. The line of travel was unmistakable. If the bed had still been there, if I had done what I might have done on any normal trip to the cabin and laid down where generations of people had once slept, then that rock would have come through at the height of a head on a pillow. A memory returned, so hard it felt almost physical. My father, by the burn barrel, saying little and not looking surprised. My grandfather, glancing uphill in the middle of laughter. Children never sleeping on that side of the cabin. The rule. The way my family had bent behavior around that wall for years, without naming why.
And suddenly, standing in the shattered room, with glass crunching under my boots and the cold night air pouring through the broken frame, I understood something worse than malice. This was memory. Whatever was outside had not simply chosen a window at random. It had chosen the known sleeping side. The old place, the habitual place, the place a body would trust if it thought the cabin was only a cabin and not a boundary station between one kind of land and another. That realization stripped the last of my denial away. The stories I had inherited in fragments, rules, glances, silences, rearranged beds, children called in before dark, had not been superstition polished by time. They had been adjustments, practical accommodations made by people who had already learned what the mountain noticed. I did not go near the window. I should probably say that plainly, because memory has a way of flattering survivors if you let it.
I did not lean over the rock and shine the flashlight into the dark yard beyond. I did not check for footprints or listen for retreating steps. I did not search the tree line for her shape. I backed farther into the room, kept the rifle trained on the empty black opening, and waited for whatever would come next. Nothing did. That was part of the cruelty. No hand reached through the broken frame. No face appeared between the jagged edges of glass. No second impact followed. The cabin had been opened, violated, and instructed, and afterward the woods returned to stillness, as if the message had already been delivered in full. I stayed awake the rest of the night in a chair pulled to the far side of the room, the rifle across my lap, and my eyes fixed on that shattered window until dawn bled slowly into it. The hours did not pass so much as grind. Sometimes I thought I heard movement outside and tensed so hard my teeth hurt. Sometimes I heard nothing at all, and that was worse. The cold coming through the broken frame deepened as the night wore on. Once I got up only long enough to drag another blanket around my shoulders, never taking my eyes fully off the opening. Glass glittered on the floorboards whenever the moon found it through the trees. The rock sat where it had landed, dull and heavy and undeniable. At some point after midnight, I noticed that the air in the room smelled again of wet leaves and old earth and something faintly metallic beneath both. I do not know whether that scent came from the rock, the broken window, or my own imagination reopening its wound. I only know it kept me from closing my eyes for more than a blink at a time. Toward morning, when the dark outside finally began to soften, I understood the deeper shape of what had happened.
The thing outside the cabin did not need to enter to own the night. It only needed to remind the people inside that it knew where they put their bodies when they felt safest.
So I sat there until dawn, with the rifle in my lap, unable to look away from the broken north window, knowing at last that whatever lived above our property did not merely frighten, it remembered. 5.1. The drive home and the look on my father's face. I left the cabin at first light without cleaning up. That mattered to me then. It still matters to me now, though I'm not completely sure why. Maybe because leaving a place in disorder felt, in our family, like a kind of confession. You swept before you left. You latched windows, stacked chairs, folded blankets, took your trash with you, made the place look as though decent people had passed through it and meant to return. Even after storms, even after arguments, even after funerals, people in my family straightened a room before they turned their backs on it. That morning I did none of that. I took the shells I could find off the floor, mostly because I could not stand the sight of them lying near the rock. I grabbed my duffel, the rifle, my wallet, the keys, the canteen, and left everything else where it was. Glass remained across the boards. The chair still faced the shattered window. The rock sat in the middle of the room, like a fact too heavy to move. The mattress lay dragged far from the north wall, exposing the shape of my fear in a way I hated. I saw all of it in one quick sweep as I opened the door, and for one weak second, I almost turned back to make the place look less like a scene and more like a cabin. Then I caught sight of the broken window again and kept going. The truck started on the second try. That was almost worse than if it hadn't started at all. The battery had been dead enough the afternoon before to reduce the engine to a click and then to nothing. Now, in the washed gray of early morning, it hesitated once and then turned over as if the problem had been temporary, mechanical, ordinary. I sat there with both hands on the wheel after the engine caught, breathing through my mouth and listening to the motor idle, while the broken cabin watched me from the yard. If it had refused again, I would have had something tangible to hate. A dead battery, a failed starter, bad luck turned physical. Instead, the truck started just well enough to make every part of the previous day harder to hold on to without sounding insane. I did not look uphill as I backed out. I knew exactly where the slope began beyond the yard, where the lower woods tilted into that older strip of silence above the fence line. I knew where the trail of red cloth and bones started to gather in the brush. I knew the ruin was still there, tucked into the shelf of rock and laurel like something old enough to have grown roots. I knew the woman could have been standing above the cabin in plain sight if she wanted to be. I did not give the mountain the satisfaction of watching me search for her. I drove with the windows up, despite the smell in the cab. Sweat, old dust, cold engine oil, my own dried fear, and something else still clinging faintly to my clothes from the yard and the ruin. Wet leaves, damp wood, the metallic sweetness I had begun to associate with that place, whether it was actually there or not. The road out should have felt easier in daylight. It didn't. I watched the trees too much, checked the rear view more often than the road deserved. Every little cut in the brush beside the gravel lane looked like a place where someone could stand just out of clear sight and still be known to be there. Twice I braked too hard because a shadow from a leaning branch crossed the road and my body reacted before my mind did.
By the time I reached the county road, my shoulders hurt from being held too high for too long. I kept expecting my thoughts to settle as distance opened. That happens sometimes after fear.
The farther you get from the place where it began, the more the body starts returning pieces of you, one by one, like a miser giving back stolen coins. But the drive home only sharpened things. With each familiar landmark I passed, the mailbox with no flag, the sagging church sign, the field where hay sat in dull gold rolls, the story in my head rearranged itself from survival into report. That was its own kind of panic. How do you tell a father that the stories he spent years avoiding have stepped into the room and spoken to you directly? How do you say there was a wall in the mountain shack covered in other people's lives? That his father's lighter case was hanging there among dog collars and dead photographs? That a woman stood in a doorway holding Archer's brass tag after you both watched the collar burn in a barrel? That something under a child-sized cot breathed in the dark like it belonged there? That the old sleeping side of the cabin had been remembered by something outside well enough for a rock to come through the exact place where a body would have trusted itself to sleep? There is no clean way to say those things aloud, especially not to a man who taught you all your life that saying less is how you keep bad things from getting larger. That was what I kept circling on the drive home. Not whether my father would believe me, whether he already did. When I turned into our yard, his truck was there. He was outside by the garage, one hand on the tailgate, the other holding a coffee mug. The sight of him should have been reassuring. Familiar yard, familiar man, mid-morning light on the gravel, house behind him, the world still arranged in sensible pieces. Instead, the first thing I felt was dread. Because even from the road, before he could see my face clearly, I knew that if he looked at me and asked the wrong casual question, "How was it? Everything okay?" I might lose my temper, or my nerve, or both. I did not know which would shame me more. He looked up as I killed the engine. Something changed in him immediately. It was not dramatic. My father was not a dramatic man. But I saw the moment recognition crossed his face. Not recognition of the events themselves, not yet, but recognition that something had happened which fit into an old space inside him too neatly to be new. He set the coffee mug down on the truck bed without taking his eyes off me. That was the first hard blow. No disbelief, no confusion, no amused impatience at me coming back early. I stepped out of the truck with the rifle and duffel in my hands, and must have looked bad enough that there was no point pretending. My shirt was still marked with dried blood and dirt from the descent. My face probably looked drawn and older in the wrong way. I had not shaved, had not eaten properly, had not slept. But men come back from bad nights in the woods looking rough all the time. Ordinarily, my father would have led with practical questions. "You hurt? Truck okay? What happened?" Instead, he just looked at me. And in that look was something far worse than skepticism. Familiarity. "What happened?" he asked at last, but he asked it quietly, like he was confirming a shape, not seeking information from scratch. I set the duffel down harder than I meant to and leaned the rifle against the truck. My hands had started trembling again, now that I was home and the holding together part of the drive no longer had a task to perform. I hated that he could see it. "There was something under the window," I said.
He did not say under which window. I kept going because if I stopped, I was afraid I wouldn't restart in the same order. There was a deer head. Somebody left it there, beneath the north side. My mouth felt clumsy and dry around the words. There was blood in the dirt, marks drawn in it, bare footprints. His expression did not change much, but something in his shoulders did. A small settling, as if the first piece had clicked into place where he expected it. I heard myself speaking faster. I followed them uphill, past the fence. There's a place up there. I swallowed. A house, or what's left of one. Not just old junk. Somebody's using it. There are jars, bones, all kinds of things hanging in the trees. And inside. I stopped then, not for effect, but because I suddenly did not know how to bridge from ordinary nouns into what I had actually seen. He waited, not impatiently, not kindly either, just waited in the way men wait when they believe the important part is still coming. There's a wall, I said finally. In the back room, things nailed up. Dog collars, photos, licenses, old stuff. Children's things. My voice had started to thin out without my permission. One of the pictures looked like the cabin from years ago, and there was a lighter case there, Grandpa's, I think. It looked like his. At that, he looked away from me for the first time. Only for a second. Toward the woods behind our yard, not the cabin property miles away, but some internal line that ran between them all the same. When he looked back, I kept going. There was a woman in the doorway. That made him still in a new way. Old, small, barefoot. She had Archer's tag in her hand. The sentence hung there in the yard between us. It should have been the sentence that broke reality entirely. Archer's tag, burned, returned, impossible. He did not interrupt. She smiled at me. I could hear how insane the whole thing sounded now that it was in daylight. That made me angry and almost made me stop, but I had already gone too far to save face. There was something under a cot in there. I saw a hand. I heard it breathing. She told me I came where I was told not to. I fired and ran. Still no disbelief. That absence had become a sound of its own by then, a pressure in the air. If he had laughed, sworn, told me I'd hit my head, told me the stress had gotten to me, any of that would have returned me to the ordinary world by making me defend myself inside it. Instead, he let me continue. When I got back to the cabin, the truck wouldn't start. My phone had no signal. I heard something circling the house all afternoon.
Then after dark, I had to force the next part out because speaking it gave it shape again. The north window started cracking from outside, like something was pressing into it. Then a rock came through. He closed his eyes, just once, briefly. A big one. It landed exactly where the bed used to be. I pointed without thinking, though there was nothing there to point at except memory. If I hadn't moved it, it would have hit where somebody's head would have been. That finally broke my voice enough that I had to stop. Silence took over. The breeze moved once through the yard and lifted the edge of the tarp over the woodpile. Somewhere down the road, a dog barked, ordinary and distant and blessedly stupid. My father stood with one hand resting on the truck bed near the untouched coffee mug, his face turned slightly downward, as if he were listening to the end of something much older than my account. I wanted him to ask questions. What did she look like exactly? How high up? Whose license? What did the marks in the dirt look like? Did you hit her? Did you see tracks by the window after the rock came through? Anything. Questions would have implied uncertainty. Questions would have meant we were still investigating. He asked none. He simply stood there, exhausted in a way I had never seen on his face before. And after a long time, he said, very quietly, "So she's still there." That was all. No who, no what do you mean, no you must have seen some old squatter, just confirmation. Not enough to help me, more than enough to damn him. I stared at him, waiting for the rest, for the explanation that had to follow a sentence like that. Some account of a woman once driven mad in the mountains, some local legend grown around a real person, some buried family history that would put all the broken fragments into human order. Nothing came. The yard seemed suddenly wrong-sized, too bright, too open. My own home no longer felt entirely separate from the cabin, because his words had connected them with one invisible line. All my life, I realized, adults in my family had known there was a she attached to that rule, that wall, that side of the land. Not maybe, not rumor, not campfire language. Known. And still, they had let silence do the work of protection. That was the deeper wound opening beneath the fear. Not that I had met something impossible, that the men who raised me had already built their lives around the possibility, and never once trusted me with the truth. 5.2 The Night with Diane's Children. My father did not tell me the rest right away. That was part of what made him my father. He said, "So she's still there," and then went quiet again, as if those 5 words had already cost him more than he meant to spend in broad daylight. He picked up the coffee mug, realized it had gone cold, set it back down without drinking, and stared past the garage toward the tree line behind the house. Not at it exactly. Through it. Into some older place inside himself where this conversation had begun long before I was born. I was too shaken and too angry to let it go. "What does that mean?" I asked. He didn't answer. I took a step closer. "You knew. All this time, you knew." He rubbed a hand over his mouth, tired in a way I had never seen from him before. My father was not a man who performed guilt, and maybe that made the guilt in him easier to recognize when it finally surfaced. It showed in the slowness of him, in the way he lowered himself to sit on the edge of the truck bed as though his knees had suddenly become older than the rest of him. "I knew enough," he said at last. "That's not the same thing." "No," he said, "it's not." I waited. So did he, for a second. Then he nodded once, as if to himself more than to me, and said, "It started before I was grown. Maybe before that. But the reason your granddaddy changed the north room was Diane." At first, I didn't understand what he meant. Then I did. Aunt Diane was my father's younger sister. By the time I was old enough to notice family patterns, she didn't come to the cabin much anymore. Christmas, funerals, the occasional rushed visit if everyone happened to be in the same town at once. But not the long, lazy summer weekends the older stories were full of. I had never asked why. Families train children not to ask certain questions by the simple method of never acting as if the questions exist. She brought the kids up one summer, my father said. He still wasn't looking at me. His voice had flattened into the kind of tone men use when recounting accidents they survived, but did not come through unchanged. Becca and Anthony, little then, maybe 6 and 8, somewhere in there. He paused, and in the pause, I could already feel the shape of the story he had been keeping folded away all these years. Not because I knew its details, because I knew the way silence grows around specific memories in a family. It does not grow around every bad thing, only the things that refuse to stay in the past where they are supposed to. She and the kids stayed the weekend, he went on. Your grandma made up cots in the main room because the weather was hot and everybody liked sleeping where the air moved better. That was before the wall got changed, before your granddaddy blocked that side off the way you remember it. The words landed heavily because I had just come from that room, had just dragged the mattress away from that wall with the blind panic of a body understanding something the mind was late to. At first, he said, everything was fine. Supper on the porch, kids running around till dark, fireflies in the yard, same as always. Becca had a scraped knee from falling near the creek. Anthony wouldn't stop asking to stay up later. Nothing special. He gave a short, humorless exhale through his nose. Not quite a laugh. That's how those things always happen. They don't begin with thunder and somebody saying they got a bad feeling. They begin with ordinary. I said nothing. Neither did he for a moment. Then he continued. Middle of the night, both of them started screaming. Even before he described it further, I felt something clench low in my chest. He looked at me then, finally, and I could see how much he still hated remembering it. Not bad dream screaming, he said, not fussing, full terror, the kind that brings everybody out of bed before they know why they're moving. I could picture it too easily. The cabin at night, summer dark, adults jerking awake to the sound of children screaming with the certainty that whatever frightened them had not yet finished happening. Your granddaddy got there first, my father said. The 2 kids were on the same cot by then, both of them trying to get away from the window. Diane said Becca was so worked up she could barely get words out. Anthony kept pointing. That was the main thing. Both of them pointing at the north side. He swallowed once before going on. They said there was an old woman outside the glass, looking in. The yard around us seemed to get quieter after that. Not actually quieter, maybe, but quieter to me, as if the air had taken one step back from the conversation so it could listen properly. What did Grandpa do? I asked, though I already knew the broad shape of the answer. Men like him do not call the police first. They reach for a gun. He took the shotgun and the flashlight and went out the front door, my father said. Your grandma was pulling the kids into the back room by then. Diane was crying, trying to calm them down, trying to ask what they saw, and neither one of them would say much beyond the old lady. The old lady at the window. He paused again, then said he didn't see anybody right off. I could hear my own breathing. He went around to the north side, swept the light low first, then up. Window looked normal, till he caught the ground. My father's jaw worked once. There was blood under it. I did not interrupt.
A lot of it, he said, enough that it shone wet in the flashlight beam. Not sprayed all over, more pooled and dragged, like something had been laid there or pulled there and then moved off again. My stomach tightened with sick recognition. The deer head beneath my window, the blood-dark dirt, the marks around it. He followed it a little way into the trees, my father said. Not far, 30 yards maybe, enough to find where it ended. He stared at the ground between us when he said the next part. There was a pig.
The words sounded almost absurd for half a second, then not absurd at all. Domestic, he added. Not wild. Somebody's hog from somewhere. Throat opened up rough. Dragged in from the dark and left there like... He stopped. Like what? I asked. He looked up at me with a tired anger that wasn't aimed at me at all. Like a message. That sat between us. He went on more quietly. Nearest neighbor with pigs was a good distance off. Nobody admitted losing one. Nobody asked too many questions either, once they heard where it had turned up. I thought of the old stories country people tell with their faces turned slightly away, as if the direction of the eyes matters. How a whole community can decide, without meeting or voting or saying the dangerous part aloud, that there are some things better absorbed than examined. What about the window? I said. He nodded slowly. When the sun came up enough for him to really look, there were marks in the dirt beneath it, scratched in with something sharp, or maybe a finger. Crooked little lines, circles, hooks. Couldn't read anything in them because there wasn't anything to read, but they were deliberate, same as what you found. My skin prickled. And on the glass, he said, you could see handprints if you caught the angle right. He held his own hand up in the air then, not touching anything, just showing the size unconsciously. Small, narrow, like an older woman's hands. That image landed harder than the pig had, not because it was bloodier, because it was personal. A dead animal under a window is a threat. Handprints on glass are attention. They mean someone did not merely come to leave something. They came close. They leaned in. They looked. What did they do? I asked. Packed Diane and the children up that morning, he said. Sent them home. His voice softened at that, not with comfort, but with memory. Your grandma was shook worse than I ever remember seeing her. She tried not to show it in front of the kids, but your dad can always tell when a woman is scared by the way she starts cleaning. She scrubbed that window till her knuckles reddened, helped your granddaddy drag the pig farther off and deal with it, washed the blood from the dirt with bucket after bucket from the pump, even though dirt don't really wash clean. There it was, the family reflex laid bare. Not screaming, not confession, not gathering around the table to say what had happened and what it meant. Cleaning. Sending children home. Changing where people slept. That was how the family absorbed horror, not by understanding it, by rearranging around it. They didn't talk about it? I asked, though by then I knew the answer. Not much. Why? My father gave me a look that was so old and worn it hardly seemed connected to his face. Because saying things out loud gives them shape. He said it simply, not as superstition, not as poetry, but as a rule learned through experience. The kind that gets passed down by tone
long before anyone bothers to explain it. I should have rejected that. 19-year-old me should have said that was nonsense, that silence only makes fear worse, that adults excuse cowardice by dressing it up as wisdom. Part of me did think all of that. But another part, the part that had heard the voice through the cabin wall and seen the hand slide out from under the cot, understood exactly what he meant. Words make rooms for things to stay in. My father went on. They thought that was the end of it at first. Diane and the kids gone, cabin aired out, blood scrubbed away, window cleaned. Your granddaddy slept with the shotgun by the chair for a night or two, and then started pretending the world had gone back to what it was. He looked toward the woods behind our yard again. Then, 3 nights later, the boulder came through.
I said nothing. There was no need. I had already seen the broken north window in a later generation of the same lesson.
He and your grandma were awake when it happened, he said. Not fully up, but not deep asleep either. Heard a noise outside first. Couldn't tell what it was. Then a crack and a crash so hard they thought a tree had come down on the house. His hand tightened slightly around the coffee mug. Big stone, bigger than any man would want to move, came through the north wall and landed where the children had been sleeping. The sentence sat there in awful stillness. No embellishment needed, none possible. My father did not raise his voice. That made it worse. If Diane had still been there, he said, one of those kids would have died. A breeze moved through our yard then, faint and ordinary, carrying the smell of cut grass from somewhere down the road. It made the scene around us feel, briefly, obscene. Daylight, house, garage, coffee.
The normal world standing politely nearby while old terror was unpacked between men who should have been talking about trucks or weather or deer season. That's why the room got changed, I said. He nodded. That's why no children ever slept on that side again. That's why your grandma stopped opening that window past late afternoon. That's why your granddaddy put shelves and storage there, and why he'd get cross if any of y'all played too near it once the light started going. Not because of ghosts, not because of folklore, because a family had survived something once and converted the memory into logistics. That was the true horror of his story to me in that moment. Not only what had happened to Diane's children, but how quickly terror had been folded into routine afterward. A wall moved, a bed repositioned, a rule repeated. Years passed. Children like me inherited the behavior without the explanation and mistook caution for habit. Families do that. Especially where I come from. They bury the unbearable in chores and house rules and little practical decisions that make no sense unless you know what they were built to keep out. My father looked at me for a long moment. That's when I knew it wasn't just old stories, he said. That sentence should have opened things up. It should have led to names, dates, everything else he had held back. Instead, it only deepened the wound. Because if he had known since then, if my grandfather had known, my grandmother too, then every silence afterward had been chosen. And yet, standing there, with the morning still bright around us, and the memory of the shattered north window fresh in my body, I could not fully blame them. They had not buried the truth because they found it unimportant. They had buried it because it remained alive enough to notice when spoken of too directly. And once that possibility enters a family, it changes what conversation itself
is for. 5.
3. The dog before Archer / the missing hunter / the silent town.
After my father told me about Diane's children, I expected the conversation to break open. That was the logic I still carried at 19. Once one forbidden thing had finally been said aloud, the rest ought to follow naturally. A person confesses one secret, then another, until the truth stands there in full shape and everybody can stop orbiting it like it has gravity of its own. But families like mine do not work that way. We came from people who could spend 20 years avoiding a subject and still feel they had addressed it fully because they changed one habit around the house. They moved a chair, switched which bedroom guests used, stopped taking one road after dark, called children in a little earlier than everybody else in the county did. Fear in those families rarely became a story first. It became a routine, and routines survive longer than explanations.
My father stayed seated on the tailgate, with the coffee gone cold beside him, his hands open between his knees, staring at the gravel, as if what came next did not belong to me so much as to the men who had failed to keep it from reaching me. I let the silence sit this time, not because I had suddenly become patient, but because I was beginning to understand something ugly. If I pushed too hard, he might shut down entirely, and I had finally reached the seam in him where words could still be pulled loose. After a while, he said, "Archer wasn't the first dog." I didn't move. He rubbed one thumb against the heel of his other hand as he spoke, not looking at me. "Your granddaddy had a blue tick before I was grown. Ranger, maybe before your Aunt Diane ever had children. Good dog, older than Archer, smarter too. Knew his limits, didn't go where he wasn't wanted." The phrasing caught me immediately. Not where he shouldn't go, where he wasn't wanted. "One evening he got on scent and ran uphill," my father continued. "Same idea as Archer, barking fine at first, then not fine, then gone. They searched, never found so much as a patch of hide. A week later his collar turned up hanging on the upper fence line. I felt something cold settle behind my ribs, not because the story shocked me, by then very little could shock me cleanly, but because repetition gave the whole thing structure. Archer had not been a new event. He had been a recurrence. "The leather was cut?" I asked. My father nodded once. "And Grandpa knew then?" "He knew enough to stop pretending it was bad luck." That answer should have satisfied nothing in me. Instead, it satisfied too much. It fit too neatly with everything else. The lost dog before Archer, Diane's children, the rebuilt north room, my grandfather's lighter case hanging on the wall in the ruin. The pieces were no longer random incidents. They were a pattern with years in it. My father went on. "There was a surveyor once too. Or maybe he worked timber lines. I was young when I heard about it, so some of the details moved around, depending on who told it." He glanced at me. "That's the other thing people forget. In places like this, truth doesn't always disappear because folks lie. Sometimes it gets worn smooth because too many people tell the same bad thing from one safe angle." He took a breath. "Man came up to mark boundaries on some neighboring land farther along the ridge. Not ours exactly, but close enough that the upper woods were all part of the same talk. He went in with his tools and his little orange tape and didn't come out when he was meant to. Search turned up his case, one boot, and part of his instrument busted to pieces against a rock. He came back on his own the next day, near dark. "Alive?" I asked. "Alive." He said it without relief. Wasn't right after. I waited. He had cuts on him. Nothing that should have killed him. Shirt torn, mud all over. Kept looking over his shoulder while people were trying to help him. They asked what happened, and he wouldn't say. Not in any straight line, anyway. Talked nonsense for a while. Said he'd heard singing. Said somebody was leading him one way and then standing somewhere else when he turned around. Then he stopped talking about it at all. What happened to him? Moved, my father said, or so I heard. Might have just quit the work and gone somewhere flatter. Men do that sometimes after a mountain gives them a reason. He said it matter-of-factly, and that plainness did more than drama would have. If he had lowered his voice, if he had leaned in, if he had tried to make the story eerie, I would have had a place to resist it. But he spoke like a man discussing weather damage, livestock loss, the ordinary, costly ways land can assert itself. Only this land asserted itself with memory. Was there ever a hunter who disappeared? I asked. Or somebody killed up there? My father's jaw shifted slightly. There were stories. That means yes. That means stories, he said, then sighed through his nose when he heard how weak the answer sounded now. A hunter from over near Middlesbrough, that was one. Folks said he went too high on a winter track and never came back. Others said he came back but wouldn't hunt again after. Depends which old man was drinking when you asked. He rubbed his face. That's how it was with a lot of it. Nobody wanted the full burden of saying they believed in something, so they passed the story around with just enough uncertainty to survive respectably. That sentence landed hard because it described my entire family. Not believers exactly, managers of possibility. He looked toward the road then, as if measuring how far the rest of the county still stood from our yard. You want the real truth? He said. I nodded. The whole town knew some version. That was worse than I expected. Not because it made the woman larger, but because it made the silence communal. I had imagined our family's behavior as private damage, something inherited through our own bloodline because the land happened to be ours. But if the town knew, store owners, church people, hunters, deputies, folks at the gas station leaning on the ice freezer in July, then the mountain woman was not just family legend. She was local history. Why didn't anybody do something? I asked. My father gave me a look I almost hated. Like what? I opened my mouth and found I had no practical answer. Call the sheriff on an old story? Organize a search party for a woman nobody could place and half the county didn't want to name? Burn the upper ridge? Tear the ruin down? I had seen what came through the north window from outside. I had watched the truck fail until dawn made it useful again. I had heard the laugh after the rifle shot. Even in my anger, solutions looked childish, laid beside those facts. People talked around it, he said. That was the town's way. Old man at the feed store might say stay off that side of the ridge after sundown. Church folk would tell their kids not to answer if they heard singing in the trees. Hunters would turn around sooner than they claimed they did. Nobody wanted to be the one who stood up and said what exactly they were avoiding. He paused, then added, there was an old deputy once, retired by the time I knew him,
used to sit outside Wallace's store and spit tobacco into a coffee cup. He told your granddaddy, first summer after the cabin went up, that the higher part of that mountain had belonged to somebody before the deed ever said our name on it. I stared at him. What does that even mean? It means mountains don't care about county records. He let that sit. Deputy said there'd always been talk of a woman up there.
Some called her a widow, some a healer,
some a witch, because folks will always prefer one ugly word to a long, uncertain truth. Said men had tried going after her before and came back worse off than if they'd minded their own business. My father's tone stayed level, but something darkened in it when he said the next part. Your granddaddy did not mind his own business. I felt myself straighten. What did he do? My father looked at me for a long moment, then away. He went above the fence with 2 other men once. This was before I was old enough to understand what was happening, but old enough to remember the day. One was a cousin of his. The other was a churchman from down the road who believed everything with a problem had a practical solution if enough men carried enough nerve and enough guns. A beat passed. They went up in daylight, took rope, axes, 1 shotgun, 1 can of kerosene, said they were going to clear out an old place and put a stop to stories.
My mouth had gone dry again. What happened? My father shook his head slowly. That's the thing. Your granddaddy never told it whole. The words irritated me more than they should have, because by then every answer in the family seemed to lead directly into another refusal. What do you mean he never told it? I mean he came back alone before sundown and looked 20 years older than when he left. My father's voice had dropped without becoming softer. Shirt torn, mud to the knees, 1 side of his face scratched up. No cousin, no churchman. He said the other 2 had taken a different route back and would turn up. Did they? One came back after dark, wouldn't say anything. Sold his place within a year. The other one... He stopped. The churchman? My father nodded once. Never came around the cabin again. Still lived in the county. Still showed up Sundays. But he would not set foot on our property after that. Not once. Even when your granddaddy died. That was somehow more chilling than disappearance would have been. Not vanishing into myth, but returning to ordinary life with 1 new fixed absence built into it. What did Grandpa say happened up there? Not enough. The frustration in me must have shown, because my father finally looked straight at me and said, more sharply than before, "That's what I'm trying to tell you. Not enough was still enough." He came back, tore down part of the north room a month later, changed where people slept, burned some things in the barrel behind the garage, and never again acted like the upper part of that property was a place we had any business walking for pleasure. The statement landed with the force of simple truth. He had not needed to say the full story. He had come back and reorganized life around it. That was the story. Still, my father had 1 more thing to say, and I think he knew it was the piece that would break me hardest because he delayed it longer than all the rest. There was something else taken from him, he said finally. I waited. He stared past me toward the house now, not the woods. Your grandmother had a ribbon she kept in her sewing tin. Yellow one, silk or near enough. Wore it in her hair when she was young, before I was born. Nothing precious in the money sense,
just one of those things a person keeps because it belonged to who they were before life started shedding parts off them. I thought immediately of the yellow ribbon on the wall in the ruin. My father saw my face and nodded once. He lost it after that trip, or said he did. Your grandmother didn't believe him. They fought over it, not a shouting fight, worse. One of those cold ones that lasts in a house for weeks. Then, years later after she died, he stopped and took a breath. He told me once, drunker than he ever usually got, that he thought he'd seen it up there. The yard seemed to tilt around me for a second, not because I doubted him,
because I had seen it too. The faded yellow ribbon on the wall had not just been some old woman's keepsake, some stranger's lost thing pinned to a board among 100 others. It had belonged to my grandmother, to us, or what people like us mean when we say us, which is really just a pile of ordinary objects threaded through memory until losing one becomes a little private death. That was when the full truth of my family's silence finally settled into me. They had known. Not everything, maybe. Not the name for it. Not the rules in any complete sense. Not what the thing under the cot was, or whether the woman had ever been merely a woman. But they had known enough to stop pushing, enough to change behavior, enough to understand that confrontation was not courage on that mountain. It was invitation. And they had kept it from me not because there was nothing to tell. They had kept it from me because they had already learned the cost of trying to force the land to answer in plain words. That was the twist inside the whole ugly family history. All those years I had believed silence came from ignorance, embarrassment, superstition, small-town stupidity, the usual failings of older generations. I was wrong. The silence had been policy, management, containment. And standing in our yard, with dried blood still on my sleeve and the memory of the shattered north window sitting sharp inside my ribs, I understood for the first time that the people who raised me had not failed to explain because they lacked evidence. They had failed to explain because evidence had already explained enough. 6.1 Why I Went Back. I should have stayed away after that. That is the sentence people expect when you tell them a story like this. It is the sensible sentence, the adult sentence, the one that lets everyone listening nod along and feel that, whatever else happened, at least the person at the center of it eventually learned the obvious lesson. And in a practical sense, I did know better. I knew enough to avoid the cabin after dark, knew enough not to treat the upper fence line like a family superstition anymore, knew enough to understand that what I had seen in the ruin was not something a rifle or a brave face could correct. My father did not need to tell me to stay off that part of the property after I came home. He barely had to look at me for me to know that was what he wanted. But wanting and doing are different things, especially when fear has mixed with humiliation and settled into your mind in a way that begins to shape everything else. I was 19. That matters. Not because youth makes people stupid. Plenty of older people are stupid with greater efficiency, but because 19 is old enough to be deeply ashamed of fear and too young to understand that shame is one of the worst reasons to act. After the story about Diane's children, after the dog before Archer, after hearing about the surveyor and the churchman and my grandfather coming back down the mountain looking 20 years older,
I should have felt warned into obedience. Instead, I felt trapped by knowledge. That was the real problem. Before the cabin trip, the upper fence line had been a rule without shape, easy to resent, easy to mock, easy to ignore in theory, because it belonged to a silence I didn't fully believe in. Afterward, the silence had shape. A woman in a doorway, a hand beneath a cot, a wall of taken things, my grandfather's lighter case, my grandmother's ribbon, Archer's tag in a hand I had no way to explain.
A rock through the north window, landing where a sleeping head should have been. Once those images existed in me, they did not stay politely inside the borders of memory. They leaked. I started sleeping badly the same night I got home. At first, it was simple enough to hide. I lay awake later than usual, kept the lamp on a little longer, checked the lock on my bedroom window once or twice before bed, and told myself it was because I'd been shaken up and needed a few normal nights to steady out. That was how I phrased it in my own head. Steady out. Like fear was only a wheel wobbling after rough road. But the truth was uglier. I did not like facing windows at night. That happened fast. Faster than I could admit. If a curtain was open, I noticed. If glass reflected the room after dark, I noticed. If I passed a window in the house and could not immediately account for what was outside it, some part of me tightened before the rest of my body caught up. I began listening for small sounds with a concentration that made ordinary life feel staged around me. The dryer vent kicking on, a branch touching siding, rain gutter noise, the dog next door moving through somebody else's yard. None of it sounded like the mountain. That almost made it worse, because fear that cannot find its old home starts trying to build a new one wherever you live. My father noticed. He did not mention it directly, men like him rarely do, but I caught him watching me once when I crossed the kitchen to close the curtain over the sink before full dark, and there was something in his face I couldn't bear at the time. Not judgment, recognition. That made me angry, not at him, not exactly, at the position I had been put in, at the fact that he and the others had spent years building invisible procedures around the land and then expected those procedures to be enough once I stumbled into the truth. They had rules, yes, but rules aren't explanations. They are only scars turned into house manners. The worst part was the obsession. If fear alone had stayed with me, maybe I would have learned avoidance and called it wisdom. But fear was not alone. It had brought curiosity back from the mountain with it, sharpened now by humiliation. I had gone up there, seen part of what my family had spent years refusing to describe, and then run. That was the truth underneath all my new caution and sleeplessness. I had fired, panicked, fled, and come home with half a story lodged in me like shrapnel. The part of me that still believed in direct confrontation hated that. I hated not knowing what the woman was. I hated not knowing what was under the cot. I hated not knowing what had happened when my grandfather went up there with 2 other men and came back changed. I hated, most of all, the idea that if I did not look directly at the thing again, really look with daylight and preparation and intention, then the rest of my life would bend around that ignorance the same way my family's had bent around theirs. That was the thought that brought me back. Not courage, not reason, a refusal to let the mountain own the shape of my thinking forever,
without one more attempt at forcing it into clarity. I did not tell my father at first. For 2 days I carried the idea around by myself, turning it over in my mind at stupid moments, while washing my face, while standing in line at the hardware store for motor oil, while lying awake listening to a screen door bang somewhere down the road. Each time I tried to dismiss it, the same counter-thought returned. If I leave it like this, it wins. Not wins in some grand supernatural sense, wins in the private humiliating sense that mattered to a 19-year-old boy trying to imagine the rest of his life.
It would become the fixed point around which every fear rotated. So I decided to go back in daylight. Only once, I told myself, prepared this time, not to stay, not to sleep there, just to see, to document, to prove as much of it as I could in ordinary terms. The ruin, the wall, the markers, anything that would drag the whole thing out of family half-language and into the world of solid objects and witnesses. When I finally told my father, I did it badly. He was at the kitchen table, looking over feed receipts when I said, "I'm going back up there." He didn't ask where. His head lifted slowly, and for a second I thought he hadn't heard me right. Then he set the paper down and said, very evenly, "No." There was no discussion in the word, just refusal. That made me push harder. "I'm not staying overnight. I'm going in the daytime." "No." "You can come with me." That was the one part I hadn't decided beforehand, but offered anyway, partly out of fairness, mostly because some ugly, hopeful piece of me thought, maybe if he came, the whole family's silence would finally break for good. He looked at me with something close to pity. "I'm not going above that fence again," he said. The phrasing stopped me. Again. He had not told me he himself had gone up there after childhood. He had not needed to. That one word made clear there were pieces of his own history with the mountain that still sat outside the story he'd given me. "When?" I asked. He shook his head once. "Doesn't matter." "It does to me." "No," he said. "What matters is you don't go." Of course, that only made me more determined. I wish it hadn't. I wish I had possessed enough maturity to hear the line in his voice and recognize not control, but old fear. But maturity was not the thing driving me then. We argued quietly, which was always more serious in our house than yelling. He said nothing good would come of it. I said nothing good had come of not knowing either. He said some places don't owe answers. I said that sounded like surrender. He said, "You think seeing more will make it smaller." I said nothing to that, because he had named my motive too cleanly. In the end, he did not bless the trip, did not help me, did not physically stop me either. That was his generation's compromise with younger men. They denied approval, but left the final stupidity to you, perhaps because they remembered their own. The next morning, I prepared more carefully than I had for the first trip. I took extra ammunition and checked each round twice. I packed the camera instead of relying on my phone. I brought the hatchet from the shed, not because I thought it would save me from anything real, but because a blade on the belt makes a person feel less empty-handed in woods where tools have always meant survival. I coiled rope into the truck bed, added work gloves, a pry bar, a canteen, A first aid kit with fresh bandages this time, and my grandfather's old field notebook, which I found in a drawer wrapped in a rag with maps and deer stand notes and half-legible markings from seasons before I was born. My father saw me take it and said nothing. I left after sunup, later than before on purpose, wanting the full confidence of daylight. The drive out felt worse than the first one because now every familiar landmark carried an argument with it. The road did not change. I did. The mailbox, the church sign, the hayfield, the rusted gate, each thing seemed to belong to a county that had quietly agreed not to say one particular truth in exchange for the privilege of going on living there. At the property line, I stopped and listened before opening the gate. Nothing unusual. That was almost enough to turn me mean with myself, to make me believe, for 2 stupid minutes, that I had overfed the whole event in memory, that daylight and preparation and a working engine would reduce the upper slope to nothing more than a decaying shack and signs of some mountain recluse too long left alone by decent people. Then I reached the upper fence line. A new strip of red cloth had been tied there, fresh enough that the color hadn't yet washed pale. Not bright red, exactly, more like the red of an old handkerchief or ribbon darkened by damp, but newer than the faded markers uphill. It had been knotted around the wire itself, not the branch of a sapling, and the placement was impossible to read as accident. Just below it, caught in the weeds near the post, lay the remains of some animal, too damaged and scattered for me to identify cleanly from where I stood. Fur, bone, dark staining in the dirt. Enough to suggest a message without offering a readable one. I looked automatically for Archer's tag, the place in my mind where I had last seen it, in her hand, in the ruin, bright for 1 second in the dimness, was so fixed that some irrational piece of me expected it to be hanging there as well. Another impossible object displayed like a joke. It wasn't, of course it wasn't. And yet its absence felt deliberate too. I climbed over the fence anyway. The moment my boots landed on the upper side, the woods changed again. Less wind, thicker air. The sound dropping out in that same unnatural way, as if the mountain had listened to my approach and now chosen to receive me on different terms. I should have turned back then. Instead, I adjusted the rifle on my shoulder, checked the weight of the hatchet at my hip, and stepped into the older silence one more time, already knowing deep down that this return had never really been about answers. It was about whether I could stand to belong to the same family wound without finally looking into it on purpose. 6. 2. The truth in the shack. The ruin looked different the second time. That was the first thing that told me turning back would not restore anything. I had spent the drive up and the climb beyond the fence trying to build some hard little argument inside myself, that I would return in full daylight, find the place reduced by visibility, and discover that panic had enlarged half of what I remembered. The wall would be clutter, not intention. The doorway would be only a doorway. The cot would be only a rusted little frame in a rotting mountain shack. Even the woman, if she appeared at all, might turn out to be some ruined old recluse made monstrous by fear and family silence. But the ruin did not shrink in daylight. If anything, it seemed more awake. The yard around it had shifted in small ways that would have been easy to miss if I had not come back carrying each previous detail in my head like a wound map.
One jar that had hung from the left porch post now hung nearer the doorway.
A fox skull that had rested on a flat stone beside the chimney had been moved to the edge of the little open patch facing downhill. The root bundle over the porch beam had been retied or replaced. The twine looked darker, less weather-stiff than before. Nothing dramatic, nothing I could point to as proof without sounding desperate, but it was enough to make the place feel not abandoned between visits, only rearranged. Then I saw the blood. Not much, just a dark smear against the outer wall near the doorway, low enough that it sat almost at knee height, dragged once across the boards by something narrow and wet. It had dried at the edges but still held a dull, tacky sheen nearer the middle. It was too recent to belong to the ruin's old history, and too deliberate to dismiss as hunting mess. Someone had put a hand there, or something like one. My mouth dried out at once. I kept scanning the yard, the doorway, the trees beyond, telling myself I was checking for movement, checking angles, doing something practical with my fear. The truth was that I was stalling. I had wanted to come back in daylight because daylight, in theory, lets you enter a place like a man instead of a prey animal. But standing there, with the rifle on my shoulder, the hatchet at my belt, and the old field notebook in my jacket pocket, I still felt exactly what I had felt the first time. Observed. The object that stopped me hardest hung just inside the doorway. At first it looked like another ordinary scrap added to the ruins collection, cloth or cord dangling from a nail. Then it turned slightly in the thin light, and I recognized the pattern on it. A strip torn from the blanket I had left on the chair in the cabin. I knew it because my grandmother had stitched that blanket years before, with blue and brown squares from feed fabric and old shirts. One corner had a faded duck pattern I remembered from childhood, because I used to trace it with my finger when I couldn't sleep. Now, a ragged piece of that same cloth hung from the interior beam of the shack, tied up with the same ugly care as the root bundles and little charms. Something from my cabin had been brought here. Not stolen months ago and rediscovered, brought here after I fled. That realization settled cold behind my eyes. The place had not merely endured between my visits, it had answered me. I stepped inside anyway. The room smelled worse than before. Dampness, mold, the bitter green scent of cut roots, old ash, and under it all, the same sweetening note of things organic, turning slow in shadow. The beams of daylight coming through the broken roof seemed thinner this time, not because there was less light, but because I trusted the dark around them less. The hanging roots shifted very slightly in the stale air. Dust moved where I moved, and nowhere else. The cot remained in the center. I looked at it first, on purpose, as if looking first could keep it from surprising me later. The little frame still sat low and narrow in the dirt-packed middle of the room. Canvas sagged, rust staining the joints. But the ground beneath it had changed. I could see that from where I stood. The dirt there was more disturbed, the shallow hollow under the cot more defined, as if something had turned in it repeatedly or arranged itself there over time. There were scratches in the floorboards nearby, too, thin marks running parallel in sets, not wild enough for thrashing, too repeated for accident. I did not crouch yet. I did not want my head or hands lower than the frame until I knew what else was in the room.
The wall of taken things was still there, and somehow worse for familiarity. Once you've seen a thing like that, your mind begins organizing it against your will.
I found my eyes recognizing objects faster this time. The dog collars, the buckle line, the yellow ribbon, the sheriff's badge, the old photographs clouded with age.
The room no longer had the power to shock me with the existence of the wall. Instead, it wounded more precisely. I began noticing the personal scale of it, the intimacy of each piece. A tobacco pouch worn where someone's thumb once rested. A child's toy selected not for value, but because tiny fingers had clearly loved it once. Cracked glasses, positioned almost as though the face that needed them had only just taken them off. I took out the camera and forced myself to work methodically. Photograph the wall, photograph the cot, photograph the doorway, the blood smear, the blanket scrap. Through the viewfinder, the room looked flatter, meaner, less supernatural and more criminal. For a few seconds that helped. A camera turns horror into surfaces. Surfaces can, in theory, be shown to other people.
Then I moved deeper inside and found the papers. They had been tucked into a wooden box under the remains of a side shelf, half protected from drip and weather by a slanted board. Most were ruined beyond use. Soft pages fused together, newspaper fragments, labels eaten by damp. But some had survived in pieces. I knelt by the box with the rifle laid within reach and lifted them one at a time. Bible pages first. Thin old paper, brittle and brown-edged. Several verses underlined in faded pencil. Not all from the same section. Psalms, Job, bits of Revelation. One page had words written in the margin in a cramped hand that repeated the same phrase twice, though the damp had taken enough of it that I could only clearly make out watching and hill. Another page had a name pressed into it from writing done on paper above it years earlier. The pressure marks were faint, but I could read enough letters to know it was local. A surname I had heard at church suppers growing up. Under that lay a folded scrap from a county ledger or farm record. The ink bled but not gone. A widow's name maybe, or a land transfer. The date was old enough to belong to my grandfather's youth, perhaps earlier. Another scrap seemed to be from a church bulletin, this one with a prayer list and a note about canned food donations for a mountain family farther up the ridge. No full story existed in any one paper. That was the point. The place had not preserved neat history. It had preserved fragments, the way old communities do when people disappear into rumor, one piece at a time. Near the chimney, in softer wood protected from the worst weather, I found names carved into a beam. At first I thought they were random initials left by boys trespassing, or men proving they had come that far. Then I saw the pattern. Names, some full and some abbreviated, at different heights. Beside a few were dates, decades apart. Beside other little marks I couldn't read, as numbers or symbols or simply counting.
Lower on the beam, nearly at child shoulder height, there were tiny tally-like lines, scratched in groups as if measuring growth over years. Height marks. Children had stood there once. Or been stood there by someone else. The thought turned my stomach slowly and completely. I kept reading the names. One belonged to a family still in the county. Another I recognized from the church cemetery outside town, carved in stone under a birth year from the 1940s. One was my grandfather's first name, shorter and sharper in the wood than I had ever seen him write it. That shook me harder than the lighter case had, because the lighter could still have been stolen, dropped, taken by chance from the lower property at some unknown point. A man's name, cut into a protected beam inside the ruin, meant presence. Not just loss, not just being watched.
He had stood in that room and put his name there, or allowed someone else to. Under the carved name, almost hidden by hanging roots, was something else, fixed into the wall with an old square nail. A brass key. Not large, not decorative. House key size, old-fashioned, dark with age. I knew it, too. My grandmother had once kept a spare cabinet key on a ring with blue thread because she said small objects got lonely in drawers and disappeared on purpose. After she died, that key went missing from the sewing room, and my grandfather said nothing about it. Now here it was, nailed into the shack wall under his name like a receipt for some transaction no one had ever confessed. I sat back on my heels and understood in one terrible flash that my grandfather had not merely stumbled into this place once, years ago, and escaped with a story too bad to tell. He had left things here, or had things taken and kept here from him in ways close enough to function like leaving. The distinction no longer mattered. I turned toward the cot again, because by then the room had become unbearable from every angle, and the only way through unbearable places is often the most direct line. Kneeling carefully, rifle close, I leaned far enough to look beneath it. The hollow under the cot was deeper than I had thought. Not a natural dip alone, though the earth floor sagged there some. Something had shaped it through repeated occupation. The dirt was pressed smooth in one section and ridged in another. Short, pale hairs clung to splinters under the frame, mixed with longer, dark strands that might have been human hair or animal hair, or both. In the back of the hollow lay small bones, not many, not arranged, just present. Bird bones, maybe. Rabbit bones. One longer fragment I did not want to identify. The smell there was concentrated, warm and stale in a way that did not match the coolness of the room. On the inner board of the cot frame were more scratches, closer together. Some shallow, some deep enough to catch the nail of my thumb when I touched one despite myself. The marks ran not in wild slashes, but in repeated short pulls, as if hands, or something using hands badly, had gripped there again and again while shifting in and out. I found what looked like shed skin, too, though I still cannot say what kind. A thin papery strip caught in one corner of the hollow, pale and dry and translucent enough in the light to suggest it had once belonged to something living and then come away from it in one piece. Beside it, tangled with hair, lay the broken edge of a child's comb. That was the moment the ambiguity of the place fully took hold in me. The papers, the Bible pages, the county scraps, the feed sack, the medicine bottle, the carved names, those belonged to a human story. A widow, maybe, a healer, a woman kept on the edge of the community until isolation and grief and local fear turned her into something spoken of only in lowered voices. Appalachia is full of those stories, and half of them begin with a real woman whom decent people failed. But the cot hollow did not belong cleanly to that kind of history. Neither did the hand I had seen.
Neither did the laugh after the rifle shot. Whatever the woman had once been, human, abandoned, dangerous, wronged, corrupted by solitude, transformed by local myth into something larger, there was now another truth nested inside the first one. Something had been kept here, with her, or by her, or had grown here alongside her until the two stories could no longer be separated. I stood up too quickly and struck one of the hanging bundles.
It swung and tapped softly against a beam. And in that little domestic sound, the kind of sound something hanging in an ordinary kitchen might make when brushed by a shoulder, I felt the full obscenity of the place. It was not a haunted ruin because haunting implies absence. This was presence, layered over history, until neither could be pried cleanly away from the other. And under all of it, like a name scratched beneath another name, my family was there too. 6.3. The woman speaks plainly. I knew she was there before I saw her. Not by sound at first, by change. The room altered around me in one of those small, irreversible ways that leave no physical evidence afterward, but are unmistakable while they're happening. The air seemed to draw tighter. The hanging roots stopped their little accidental shifting and settled. Even the daylight coming through the broken roof felt changed, not dimmer exactly, but less available. As if the room had decided my eyes were no longer the only ones using it. I turned slowly toward the doorway, with the rifle already half raised, camera hanging awkwardly from its strap against my chest. And there she was. Closer this time. Close enough that I could see the texture in her skin without wanting to. The loose folds at the throat, the fine broken veins in the cheeks, the way one side of her mouth lifted a little higher than the other, not in a smile exactly, but in some private angle of recognition. Her dress was the same pale, filthy color as before, only now I could see where old stains had sunk into the hem and where the fabric had been mended by hand with thread that did not match. Her gray hair hung in ropes around her shoulders and caught in the doorway light like old twine. Her bare feet were still black underneath, not as if dirty from one walk through mud, but as if dark had lived in the skin there for years. And her eyes were alive in the same unbearable way. Not the eyes of someone confused or half gone. Not the eyes of a story. The eyes of a person standing in her own place, looking at someone who has come in unasked. She did not raise her hands, did not show surprise at the rifle, the hatchet, the camera, the fact that I had come back after what happened the first time. Her stillness made my preparations feel childish all at once, like I had shown up for a courthouse argument carrying camping gear and brute force because I mistook law for weather. "You came back," she said. Her voice sounded clearer in daylight, not louder, just less blurred by walls and dark. Older than my father's, older than my grandfather's had ever gotten, but not weak. There was dry strength in it, something worn thin without being worn out. I said nothing, partly because I didn't trust my voice and partly because some old instinct told me that every word spoken in that room might count for more than I intended. She noticed the camera. Her eyes moved to it once, and then back to my face. That should have made me feel ridiculous. Instead, it made me feel seen in a way I hated.
like she understood the exact shape of my foolish hope, that daylight and evidence and objects photographed from enough angles might drag the mountain down into ordinary explanation. "You people always come back once more," she said. The phrase "you people" hit harder than anything else in the sentence, not because it was insulting, because it was familial in the wrong direction. She was not speaking to me as an individual. She was speaking to my blood as if it had repeated itself often enough to bore her. I found my voice then, but it came out harsher than I intended. "What are you?" The question sounded stupid in the room almost immediately, too broad, too childish, too eager to make the world confess itself in one sentence. She ignored it.
Instead, she stepped 1 foot over the threshold. Not enough to shorten the distance between us meaningfully, just enough to tell me she considered the threshold hers to cross or not cross without consulting me. Then she looked past me toward the back wall where my grandfather's name was carved into the beam. "The line was agreed," she said. My scalp tightened. "What line?" She looked at me as if I had asked what rain was. "The one your people keep forgetting." No answer, only pressure disguised as one. I swallowed. "The fence?" She tilted her head slightly, and for the first time I saw something like contempt move through her face. "Fence," she repeated almost gently. "You put your little fences where it comforts you." The room felt colder then, though I know that may have been my own body giving up heat to fear. I tried again. "You mean my grandfather?" That brought the faintest change in her expression. Not surprise. Recognition sharpened. "He came higher than he should." Behind her, the yard remained still. The jars hung without movement. The open patch between the stones looked flat and harmless in the noon light. The ordinary world had never looked less relevant. "What happened to him?" I asked. Her gaze drifted to the wall, to the brass key nailed beneath his carved name, to the yellow ribbon, to the line of taken things. "He wanted more than his side," she said. "They always do." My mouth had gone dry again. "What side?" "The side below," she said, with the smallest motion of her chin toward the cabin and the slope beneath us. "The side that can bear your weight." That sentence did more damage to me than if she had answered directly. Because there it was again. That language of permission and burden and belonging that ran parallel to deeds and fences and all the ordinary American words my family used for land. I said, "It's our property." She smiled then, and that smile had nothing warm in it. "No," she said. "Just that. No anger, no emphasis." The refusal of it moved through me like cold water. I had expected threat, accusation, maybe madness dressed up as local history. What I had not expected was to feel, with one word from her, the entire legal and family structure around that mountain tilt uselessly sideways. Not because I believed her in some literal, supernatural title deed sense, but because I suddenly understood my family had behaved for years as though her version of ownership mattered more than the county's. She went on. "Your people cut timber below, took deer, took water in the dry months, sat with your lamps and your noise and your children's running." Her voice never rose. That was the horror of it. She made the family sound not cursed, not heroic, just loud and extractive in the old human way. Always taking what the mountain would bear because it bore you once. I thought of porch dinners, fireflies, kids running in the lower woods, my grandmother hanging towels. All the warm human life of the place. Heard from her mouth, those memories change shape. Not innocent, not guilty either. Simply trespass reframed by perspective. "We didn't take anything from you," I said, and knew even while speaking that the sentence was too small for the room. Her eyes moved over me slowly, taking in the rifle, the rope, the hatchet, the camera, the ridiculous cargo of control I had brought back into a place already older than all of it. "Didn't you?" Then she glanced toward the wall again, toward the objects, and said the thing that finally broke the last clean line between family caution and family complicity. "You left payment before." The room seemed to pull inward on itself. I stared at her. What does that mean? But I knew, or thought I did, before she answered. My grandfather's lighter case, my grandmother's ribbon, the brass key, the arrangement of missing ordinary things turned into fixtures of this place. The stories of men who came back, changed, and then reorganized their households around silence. The dog collars, the old compromises never spoken plainly because plain speech makes bargains harder to pretend you never made. She did not explain it fully. Of course she didn't. That would have been mercy. Instead, she said, he understood after. My grandfather. The words landed like a blow, not because they gave me certainty, because they gave me the shape of one terrible possibility. That family survival on that property had depended not on bravery, not on prayer, not on ownership, but on accommodation. A line accepted, a room changed, objects surrendered, certain questions no longer asked aloud. Something moved then, not outside, under the floorboards behind me, or in the wall to my left. I could not place it exactly. A slow shift, wood or dirt answering weight, then a soft little exhale that was too close to breathing and too low to the ground. I froze. Her eyes flicked past me toward the sound, and in that look there was no surprise, only awareness, like someone checking whether a child in the next room had woken. My skin rose all over. There came another sound, this one thinner and more terrible precisely because of what it suggested. A little inhaling catch, almost childlike in size if not in innocence. I turned partway, unable to stop myself. In the dust along the lower wall, beneath one of the broken shelves, were marks I had not noticed before. Not full prints, not sharply defined, but enough. Small hand shapes pressed into the pale dust where nothing in that room should have been standing still long enough to leave them. More than one, overlapping slightly, the kind of evidence that does not become less dreadful when uncertain, only more so. When I looked back at her, she was watching me with the stillest expression I had yet seen on her face. "Have you come to return what was taken?" she asked. No raised voice, no drama. A question asked almost politely, and because of everything that had already been said, everything implied by the wall and the beam and my grandfather's carved name, I understood the question was not metaphor to her.
It was not spiritual accounting or folk horror poetry. It referred to something actual, something once exchanged, surrendered, claimed, or stolen between our family and whatever rules operated above that fence line. "I didn't take anything," I said. Her gaze dropped to the strip of blanket tied inside the doorway, then back to me. The message was clear enough. You brought yourself. Another small movement sounded behind the wall. Then the faint scrape of something against wood low to the ground. My nerves gave way all at once, not in a scream, not in some grand break, but in a hot, humiliating flood of panic that made every possible interpretation collapse into one simple need: leave. I backed toward the doorway. The rifle felt clumsy in my hands again.
The room had narrowed into dangerous objects and dangerous absences, and all of them seemed to belong to her more naturally than my own body did. I wanted air, light, the ugly, blessed honesty of downhill distance. She did not move to block me. That made it worse. I edged toward the threshold, my eyes flicking between her face and the lower wall, where those small hand shapes lay in dust, and the hidden thing behind the boards seemed to breathe with patient interest. "I'm leaving," I said, and even I could hear how foolish it sounded, as if departure required permission from the very person who had been teaching me all along that permission was the real currency on that mountain. Her answer came almost kindly. "You were already told." Then she moved. Not much, just enough. One step inside, sudden as a cut, far quicker than her age or size should have allowed. I jerked backward, and my wrist struck the door frame hard. Her fingers closed over that wrist before I could recover. I have spent years trying to describe that touch accurately, and always failing. It was not icy, not corpse cold, not supernatural in any cheap storybook way. It felt like the hand of someone who had worked in water and cold ground so long that all the softness had left it, dry and strong at once. The grip precise, human enough to terrify in the oldest way possible. She leaned close then, close enough that I saw the red, broken veins at the edges of her eyes, the pale scars near her mouth, the damp shine on her lower lip where words were about to form. And for one impossible second before she spoke, I smelled on her not rot or blood or mountain damp, but something domestic and ruined. Old soap, smoke, dried herbs, and, underneath it all, the stale sweetness of a house that has held grief too long. "You come back enough," she said softly, "and the mountain starts to think you mean to stay." Then she released me. I didn't wait. I tore free of the doorway, nearly dropped the rifle on the porch, and stumbled into the yard hard enough to twist one ankle. I kept moving anyway, half running, half sliding through the little open patch and down into the trees. Behind me, I heard no pursuit. That should have helped. Instead, it left me with the one truth I could no longer refuse. There had been some arrangement before me. Maybe never spoken cleanly, maybe made of fear, loss, and practical concessions instead of any formal bargain, but it had existed. My grandfather had crossed the line, something had been taken or left. My family had survived afterward by respecting a boundary and feeding silence where explanation should have been. And by going back, by bringing questions, cameras, tools, and all my arrogant hunger for clarity,
I had stepped back into that old arrangement without understanding its terms. This time, when I fled downhill, I did not feel like a man escaping a haunted place.
I felt like the newest party to a very old mistake. 7.1 Fire, Sail, and Official Lies. After the second trip up the mountain, my father stopped pretending the cabin could be handled the old way. That was the family instinct in its purest form. Not confession, not confrontation, not gathering around a table to name the thing plainly and deal with it in the open. We reduced fear to tasks. Boards, locks, routes not taken, certain rooms no longer used, certain hours no longer trusted. The more impossible the problem became, the more stubbornly practical the response. He drove up there with me 2 days later, though he never crossed above the upper fence again and never once looked toward the higher ridge longer than he had to. We carried plywood, nails, tools, and more silence than either of us knew what to do with. The north window still stood, broken from the rock. Glass remained in the floorboards, despite what little I had cleared before leaving. The rock itself sat where it had landed, ugly and dull and far too large for the room, as though the mountain had put a signature down in stone and expected us to live around it. My father looked at it only once. Then he said, "Help me with the boards." That was all. We covered the north window from the outside first, then from the inside too, not because he thought plywood could truly stop what had already crossed that much distance and memory to reach the bed. He boarded it because boards are what men like him do when they can no longer bear open space. Hammering has its own comfort. Measure, hold, nail, repeat. You can pour panic into a straight line of work and call it caution. The whole time we worked, I waited for him to speak about the woman, or the arrangement, or what exactly he believed my grandfather had done up there years ago. He never did. The mountain stood above us in full daylight, green and ordinary and withholding, while we sealed the north wall like men closing the lid on something that had already climbed into the house. When we finished, the cabin looked uglier, smaller, and less like a place meant for people. The plywood on the north side made it look blind on that wall, a structure protecting itself by refusing sight. My father stood in the yard afterward with his hammer hanging loose in one hand and said, "We don't stay here after dark anymore. Not you, we." It was the nearest thing to an admission I was going to get, and he meant it. After that day, the cabin was no longer a family place in the old sense. He still went up in daylight when something had to be checked, storm damage, gate chain, a leak in the roof, but he timed every visit so that the road out was taken with light to spare. The porch dinners stopped. The lazy overnight deer season setups stopped. No children, no cots, no weekends where the adults lingered after sunset, pretending the dark at the edge of the yard was the same dark as anywhere else. Then came the timbermen. That was my father's next act of management: distance the family from the upper ridge by making the useful part of the land more useful and the dangerous part less necessary. He did not sell the property, not then. He was too much his father's son for that. But he sold limited timber rights on a lower section to a local crew and made it very clear that the upper ridge beyond the old fence line was not part of the work zone. I remember him saying it to the foreman in our driveway, one hand on the truck door, voice flat as weather. Below the line only. The foreman, a man named Tiller, with nicotine fingers and a sunburned neck,
laughed once, and said, "We ain't trying to climb your whole mountain, Ed." My father did not smile. "Below the line," he repeated. The crew worked for a few days without issue.
You could hear saws from the road in the afternoons, trucks moving in and out. The ordinary violence of men cutting at a hillside they did not love and did not fear enough. I hated the sound of it, not because of the timber itself. People cut timber where I grew up, same as they hunted and fenced and built, but because every engine note, every chain whine, every shouted voice floating out of those woods felt like a violation of the terms I had only recently begun to understand. The mountain had tolerated our family because we learned to stay inside certain limits. A crew with machines had no such instincts. On the fourth day, one of the men came back early. I was home when the truck pulled in. My father was too. We both heard the engine cut rough and the door slam harder than it needed to. The man who got out, I think his name was Booker, though memory has rubbed the certainty off it, looked pale in a way no healthy man should after working in hot weather. Not sweaty pale, Drained pale. The kind of color that makes the skin around the mouth look gray. He had a cut on the side of his neck, not deep, just a narrow slice running from below the ear toward the collar, with dried blood darkened into the edge of his shirt. It looked like briar work at first glance, or a branch snap gone wrong. The kind of mountain injury no one respects because it happens to everyone. Except he was shaking. My father stepped off the porch before the man had fully reached the yard. What happened? Booker opened his mouth, closed it again, and looked not at my father, but over his shoulder, toward the trees behind our house. The wrong direction entirely, and somehow that made the moment colder. "Caught myself on something," he said. My father's face told him that answer was worth nothing. "Where?" "Up near the marked edge." "You were told not to go up there." "Wasn't all the way up." He wiped one hand down the front of his shirt and left a darker smear from sweat and sawdust. "Just farther than I meant." That might have been the end of it if he had stopped there and held to the ordinary lie. Men protect themselves with those all the time. Pride likes small, stupid stories better than bad truths. But then my father asked, "Did you see somebody?" And the man's whole face changed. Not because he wanted to confess, because the question had landed too close to something he was trying not to fit words around. He looked at me then back at my father, and said, "There was singing." Quietly, almost angrily. No elaboration, no drunk tale, no mountain embellishment. Just that. Then he added, "I'm done on that side." He refused to say more than that, took his pay for the days he had worked, never came back. As far as I know, he never told anybody else the real version either, assuming he had one. That was the county way. A man brushes up against something he cannot explain, and instead of turning it into a public warning, he amputates that strip of geography from his future and goes on. My father canceled the upper section of the cut entirely after that. He blamed insurance, slope conditions, erosion concerns, whatever practical reason would shut down questions. The land above the fence line, dangerous before, became administratively unnecessary, which is another way families like mine survive horror, by translating it into paperwork. For a while, that seemed to work. Months passed,
than a year. The cabin stood unused but standing. The boards on the north window weathered silver around the edges. My father stopped mentioning the place unless some storm or broken gate forced him to. I went up there only once with him in full daylight, and we stayed less than 20 minutes.
Even in sun, the cabin felt like a house after a death. Structurally the same, spiritually vacated, but full of the last bad thing that happened in it. Then it burned. The call came at dawn from a neighbor who had seen smoke from the county road. By the time we got there, the volunteer crew had already done what they could, which was not much. Old dry timber, a roof that had been patched too many times, summer heat, no close hydrant, too much mountain between alarm and response. Those things form an official explanation quickly. The cabin was mostly gone by the time I stepped out of the truck. The porch had collapsed inward. Half the chimney still stood, blackened and cracked. Metal roofing lay twisted in the yard like burned paper turned to tin. The smell hit first. Wet ash, charred wood, old smoke, and that bitter electrical note fires sometimes leave behind, even when nobody can agree what sparked them. Men in turnout coats moved through the remains with the tired, practical motions of people who know the work is mostly paperwork now. One of them, a county volunteer I recognized from high school football, told my father it looked like bad wiring, maybe lightning from a storm 2 nights before, maybe old insulation inside the wall. Too early to say for sure. Another shrugged and used the phrase, "These old places go fast once they catch." My father nodded at all the right spots. That was another county ritual, accepting official language not because anyone believed it fully, but because official language lets a day move forward. I walked the perimeter instead, not looking for proof exactly, more like searching for where the lie bent. The north side was where the burn looked wrong. I did not know much about fire patterns then, and I know only a little more now. Enough to recognize that I was not reading the scene with expert eyes. But even unexpert eyes can notice what has been emphasized. The deepest black, the hottest collapse, the most complete consumption, all centered along the north wall first, then spread inward. Maybe old wiring ran there. Maybe something in the wall had caught before the rest. Maybe the volunteers were right. Except the boards over the north window had burned through from the outside in a way that made my neck tighten. I crouched near the ash line and found one of the nails from the plywood, bent wrong, not simply fallen with collapsing timber, pulled or forced at an angle before the rest came down. A section of blackened board lay half under the debris field, with a split in it that looked less like fire failure and more like impact. I did not call anyone over. What would I have said? The burned remains of the window, we already know something once targeted, appear to have been struck before the fire took the wall. The same mountain that remembered where children slept years ago and where I moved the bed more recently has now decided the whole cabin is an inconvenience. Official men do not write those findings into reports. Then I found the cloth, half burned, snagged under a collapsed beam near what had been the north corner. Red once, faded and darkened now, but not so weathered that it had been there for years. One end had charred to lace. The other was intact enough to show the same narrow knot pattern I had seen on the upper slope, on branches, on wire, on the fence line itself. I stared at it for a long time before touching it.
When I finally did, it came apart slightly between my fingers and left a line of black ash across my skin.
The last thing I found was in the mud behind the remains, where water from the volunteer hoses had turned the dirt slick and dark. Footprints, bare, small. I cannot swear they were the same as the ones beneath the north window that first morning, but my body recognized them before my mind finished measuring. The shallow heel, the longer toes, the way the prints seemed to face the remains, not like someone fleeing a fire, but like someone who had stood there while it took hold and watched until the work was done. I looked up then, toward the ridge, and for one sick instant, the whole mountain seemed to tilt into meaning. The ruin above, the wall of taken things, the years of silence, the boards my father and I had nailed over the north window with such pathetic hopefulness. All of it reduced now to ash and explanation. The report, when it came later, used the expected language. Electrical fault, likely, possibly storm-related, structure age a contributing factor, no evidence of foul play. Official lies are rarely dramatic. That is what makes them durable. They do not need to be fully false. They only need to select the kind of truth the world can continue living beside without changing any of its habits. My father accepted the report in public and said very little in private. He was good at that by then, good at letting logistics stand where fear belonged. Insurance paperwork, cleanup, salvage what could be salvaged. Sell nothing yet, board nothing because there was nothing left to board. But standing there beside the remains, with black ash under my boots and that half-burned strip of red cloth hidden in my jacket pocket, I understood that the destruction of the cabin had solved nothing. It had not freed the land. It had not ended the history. It had only erased one witness, the one structure on our side of the fence line that still held proof in its boards of how long my family had been trying to negotiate with something it could not name and could not defeat. 7.2. My father dies, and the property becomes mine. Years passed, which is not the same thing as saying it ended. That is one of the lies people tell themselves when they survive something they cannot explain. Time, they think, is a kind of solvent. Enough of it passes, and the sharp edges go down. The thing becomes a story, then an uncomfortable memory, then eventually just a family oddity you carry around without feeling its weight every day. That was not what happened. What happened was smaller and uglier and far more permanent. I stopped going to the property unless some practical need forced it, a storm dropping part of the gate, a county tax notice requiring photographs, a line check after flooding near the creek. Even then, I timed my visits brutally. In and out. Daylight only. Never alone if I could help it. Though by then, finding company for that land had become harder. Men who grew up in those counties knew how to hear avoidance in the way another man named a place. If I asked somebody to ride up there with me and said too little, they sensed the missing words. If I said too much, they stopped pretending they might come. So I learned to handle the lower part of the property the same way my father had in his later years, with efficiency, with silence, and with a body already halfway braced to leave before the truck engine had fully cut. The cabin ruins remained for a while. Not as a cabin, of course, just a blackened footprint in the yard, a cracked section of chimney, scattered metal, nails, and warped scraps of what had once held a family's summers.
Eventually, the weather and neglect flattened even that. Grass came through the ash, moss climbed the stone. The place became less a ruin than a stain in the property's memory.
But I still knew exactly where the north wall had been.
I could not stand in that yard without orienting myself toward it, the same way a tongue finds the place where a tooth used to sit. I did not tell women I dated the full story. I barely told anyone anything. That was how I became more like the men before me than I ever intended, not in courage, not in hardness, in management, in omission. If someone asked why my family no longer used the old mountain place the way we once had, I would say the cabin burned, the road got worse, my father got older, life changed. All technically true, all useless. The real explanation remained where theirs had remained, behind behavior. And behavior did change. I stopped sleeping facing uncovered windows. That happened so gradually I did not notice it at first. I would close curtains before dark because it felt more comfortable, then because I preferred the room that way,
Then, because leaving glass open to black outside began to feel not just uncomfortable, but careless. I moved apartments twice in my 20s, and in both places I arranged furniture to avoid giving a bed direct line to a north-facing window, if I could help it. Once, in a house I rented for a year with 2 friends, I traded rooms under the excuse of closet space because the better bedroom had a wide north-facing window over the yard, and I could not imagine falling asleep with it uncurtained. That is how the real damage works. Not visions, not constant screaming memory. Habits. I checked tree lines more than other people did. Not every time, not theatrically, just enough that it became part of the grammar of my body. Walking to a car at night, I looked once at the dark beyond the lot lights. Standing in a backyard at a barbecue, I tracked the edges automatically if woods bordered the property. If a voice carried from trees after dark in a way I could not place immediately, my shoulders tightened before my face changed. I learned to hide most of that, but I never unlearned it. North-facing windows stayed wrong to me. Wet leaves and damp wood smoke together could still alter my mood faster than any memory should have. And I never, not once, heard a soft scratch on a wall after dark without my body going cold before reason could catch up. My father aged during those years in the slow, honest way mountain men often do, stiffening in the mornings, moving more carefully on steps, carrying his tiredness lower in the face without ever making much public ceremony of it. We did not talk often about the property once the cabin was gone. That was another inheritance. Not peace exactly, more like a mutual acceptance that speech about certain places was itself a kind of door neither of us wanted opened casually. But sometimes it came up. A storm would pass and he'd say, "Need to check the gate." A tax letter would arrive and he'd grunt, "They still know how to count acreage they never climbed."
Once, after a hard rain had washed part of the lower access out, I asked whether we should finally sell the thing and be done with it. He was standing by the kitchen sink when I said it, looking out over the backyard as though the answer lay in the trees behind the house instead of miles away in the ridge country where the real question lived. He did not say no right away. That gave me hope for maybe 3 seconds. Then he said, "Sell it to who?" The tone mattered. Not stubborn, not sentimental, honest. I had no answer ready. A developer, maybe, I thought, somebody wanting a Mountain View parcel or hunting access or a future cabin site, a club, a buyer from out of county, a man with more money than memory. But as soon as those possibilities began to form, something in me recoiled from each one,
because selling felt less like leaving than passing something forward. That was the ugly part. I did not speak aloud then, and barely admit cleanly even now. A piece of me feared that if we sold the land, we would not be rid of it. We would only have removed our own names from the paper, while whatever held that upper slope kept operating by older rules. Now, with strangers in the lower yard, where my family had at least learned enough to fear properly. And another piece of me feared the opposite, that leaving entirely, cutting legal ties, severing the old route, pretending county paperwork was the same thing as escape, might somehow loosen whatever arrangement had held the thing to place. Both fears may have been irrational. I know that. They were real, anyway. My father died in late autumn. Not up there, not dramatically, not as punishment, not as story. A heart that had carried too much labor and too little complaint simply quit doing the job. He had made it into old age, farther than some of the men in our family line managed, and when he died, the grief that came with it was ordinary enough to almost feel merciful. Funeral home, church, men in pressed shirts saying he'd been solid, dependable, a good provider. Women bringing casseroles, gravel under dress shoes. The whole county performing the old rituals by which personal loss becomes, briefly, public property, before being handed back to the family to carry privately. After the funeral, after the casseroles, after the period where paperwork becomes the socially acceptable shape of mourning, the property passed to me. Just like that. A signature here, a deed there, and a mountain my family had spent generations half claiming and half appeasing became mine in the legal sense. I hated the word immediately. Mine. The first time a lawyer used it while reviewing the transfer documents, I almost laughed. Not because it was funny, because it was obscene. The lower acreage, maybe. The tax burden, certainly. The gate, the creek, the old home site, the line on a county map, those things might become mine according to the state. But ownership and welcome had never been the same thing on that land, and by then I knew it too deeply to pretend otherwise. Developers called within a year, not major firms, not city people in suits, small local outfits first. Men who specialized in dividing ridge property into private retreat lots with words like scenic and secluded and excellent hunting access in the listing. Then a hunting club made an offer through somebody who knew somebody. Then two brothers from a neighboring county who wanted the timber and said they'd build a new place lower down, nowhere near where the old one stood. Every offer came with the same assumption under it, that land exists to be converted into use, and unused land is only waiting for a more practical owner. I refused all of them. Not politely every time, not because I loved the property in some noble ancestral way. That would have been easier to explain. People understand love of land. They understand sentiment, legacy, family attachment, grief dressed as stewardship. I could have used any of those and sounded admirable. The truth was less flattering. I did not sell because selling felt like handing a loaded thing to strangers while pretending it was only acreage. And because some part of me still believed that if I removed myself entirely, if I cut the line,
took the money and told myself the mountain was somebody else's problem now, then the problem might choose not to stay politely where the deed said it belonged. So I kept it. And in keeping it, I completed the transformation my father and grandfather had begun before me. I became another man in the family who managed a place by not fully speaking of it. Another man who said the property instead of the upper ridge.
Another man who knew where the old line was without needing to see the fence.
Another man who closed curtains before dark and told himself it was preference rather than procedure. That, in the end, was the deepest wound the mountain left in me. Not that I was frightened once, that I became organized by the fear afterward. Not overtly, not enough to ruin a life from the outside. I held jobs, paid bills, dated, failed, moved, aged. Nobody meeting me casually would have guessed there was a strip of eastern Tennessee land still exerting pressure on the arrangement of my rooms and the angle of my sleep. But pressure does not need spectacle to last. It only needs repetition. A curtain drawn, a tree line checked, a window avoided, a story shortened when someone asks a simple question. That is how horror survives adulthood when it is real enough to alter behavior. It stops needing to appear.
It only needs to have been correct once, deeply enough that the body keeps honoring it long after the mind would rather be free. And by the time the property became mine, I understood with a clarity I would have hated at 19. My father had not left me a haunted piece of land. He had left me a system of precautions built around something he believed could not be beaten, only managed. The deed changed names. The arrangement did not. 7.3. The Gate at Dusk. The last time I went out there, it was because of a storm. That is how these things continue, even after years have gone by and grief has changed shape and a man has learned how to live around old damage without ever calling it healed. They do not continue because you go looking for them in some dramatic fit of obsession. They continue because ownership, even the thin legal kind, keeps handing you small, practical reasons to return. A neighbor called to say one of the big limbs near the entrance had come down across part of the road after 2 nights of hard autumn rain. Not a crisis, just a problem. The kind of thing a landowner is expected to inspect before somebody in a county truck decides they have a right to inspect it for you. I almost waited until morning. That is the part I still think about. If I had waited, maybe I would have found nothing. Maybe daylight would have flattened the whole thing into ordinary ugliness, the way daylight is always supposed to. Or maybe it would only have made the final image less honest. Because dusk belonged to that land in a way noon never did. Dusk was when the property stopped pretending it was just acreage and began remembering itself. I drove out late. Too late, really. The sky was already thinning into that colorless autumn gray that doesn't feel like evening at first because it never brightened properly all day to begin with. The road still held puddles in the ruts from the rain. Wet leaves had blown into the ditches and clumped there in heavy copper and brown drifts. Everywhere the world smelled of cold water, dark earth, and leaf rot. The ordinary scents of October in that part of Tennessee, except that on those roads they always carried me back toward another smell underneath, one my body remembered more quickly than my thoughts did. By then, the old rusted gate was gone. I had replaced it myself a couple of years earlier,
after the hinges finally gave up and one side sagged so low it became more trouble than barrier. The new gate was steel, functional, plain, no family history in it, no rusted groan from childhood summers, no old paint left in flakes beneath your fingers. Just a modern farm gate with a chain, a latch, and the kind of cold gray finish meant to outlast sentiment. I told myself that had changed something. It hadn't. I saw the gate before I saw what hung from it.
I had stopped the truck short of the entrance because the road was slick, and the fallen limb was visible only as a rough, dark mass to one side. The engine idled low. Wipers clicked once over a misting film and then stopped. For a few seconds I just sat there, with both hands on the wheel, looking through the windshield at the entrance to land I had legally owned for years, and still did not enter without feeling my body take stock of itself first. The home site was not visible from where I sat, not directly. There was no cabin anymore, no porch, no north wall, no patched roof line. Only the suggestion of where the yard had once opened beyond the first line of trees, and the memory of a chimney shadow that no longer existed. The storm had left the place smelling newly broken, wet bark, torn leaves, mud. The chain on the steel gate knocked once against the post when the wind shifted. Then something pale moved against the bars. I did not understand what I was seeing at first, just a lighter shape hanging where no shape should have been. My eyes tried to make it into a reflection from the windshield, a scrap of storm debris caught on metal, a grocery bag blown up from the road and snagged there in the rain. But it stayed where it was, still. I eased the truck forward without deciding to, as if my body had made the choice before the rest of me signed off on it. Tires rolled softly through wet gravel. The engine sound seemed too loud for the hour. Another few feet and the shape sharpened. A collar. Dog leather, dark from moisture, hanging over one of the steel bars. I stopped again. For a moment I could not move, not because I did not understand the object, because I understood it too quickly. The leather had been cut clean through near the buckle, not torn, not snapped, freshly cut enough that the edge had not yet weathered or curled. It hung there with the same impossible deliberateness as the collars before it. Rangers once, archers once, the other nameless ones I had seen nailed in the shack wall. The same act carried forward through decades, as calmly as if time itself were only another tool kept on the mountain. Something was tied to the buckle. Even from the truck, I knew what it would be before I got close enough to see it clearly. Faded red cloth, narrow, frayed at one end, darkened by damp, but still carrying that old washed-out color that had haunted every path above the fence line, every warning marker, every scrap of territory language I had never learned to read, but had come to understand all the same. I did not get out of the truck. That matters. The younger version of me would have. 19-year-old me would have killed the engine, opened the door, and stepped into the mud, because a thing placed that plainly would have felt like a challenge. Even later, in my 20s, I might have told myself I only needed a closer look, a practical inspection, a chance to confirm what my eyes already knew. But age had altered the geometry of fear in me. Not less fear, better fear, more economical. So I stayed in the truck and rolled slowly closer until the headlights laid across the gate at an angle that showed me the ground beneath it. The earth there had been disturbed, not in a dramatic way. No obvious tracks pressed cleanly into the mud, no bare footprints waiting to complete the old pattern. Just a low, brushed place in the leaves and wet dirt at the base of the gate, as if something had crouched there for a while, not lain down, not stumbled, waited. The sort of trace an animal might leave if it settled and watched a road, or a person, or something that had become too familiar with waiting at boundaries to think of it as hiding. My mouth had gone dry without my noticing. The wind moved again, and the collar turned slightly on the steel bar. For one instant, the buckle flashed wetly, and the red cloth lifted just enough for me to see how carefully it had been tied. Not tangled, not caught. Tied. The gesture was what made it unbearable. Objects left by weather do not communicate. This did. I became aware then that I was looking at the gate too hard and not looking uphill at all. That old instinct returned, the one that says the known object in front of you may not be the true center of danger, only the part selected to hold your eyes in place while something older waits for you to make the mistake of lifting them too late. So I looked, past the gate, past the first line of wet trees, up toward where the old fence line had once run, though the actual wood and wire had long since surrendered to weather and growth. For a second I saw nothing. Then I thought I saw a figure. Not clearly enough for honesty to become proof. Just a thin, vertical shape above the old rise, too pale and narrow to be a trunk, and too still to be mistaken comfortably for anything else. It stood where no one had any business standing, in that light, at that hour, after rain, and from that distance, the scale of it made no sense. Too tall if it was a branch, too slight if it was a person, too fixed to the line of the hill to belong there naturally. I blinked. The shape was gone, or perhaps it had never been there in the first place and only appeared after I looked away. That is the problem with old terror. It teaches you to doubt not just what you see, but the timing of seeing itself. Sometimes I think I only noticed the figure after the headlights reflected off the wet gate, and I glanced back toward the slope. Sometimes I think it had been there all along and disappeared precisely because it understood the difference between being looked at and being recognized. Either possibility is bad enough to live with.
I did not open the truck door. I did not take the collar down. I did not call out, not to the woods, not to my father, though by then he was long dead, not even to myself. There are moments in life when action still feels like a form of adulthood, and there are moments when action is only the old stupidity trying to dress itself as dignity one more time. I had finally learned the difference. The gate creaked once in the wind. The red cloth lifted and fell. The disturbed earth remained beneath it like the outline of a patient thought. And sitting there in the fading light, with the engine idling and the smell of storm-soaked leaves rising through the vents, I understood something that should have been obvious years earlier. The rule had never ended. It had not ended when the children went home. Not when the north room was changed, not when my grandfather came back older from the ridge and refused to explain himself, not when Archer disappeared, not when the window broke,
not when the cabin burned, not when my father died. All those things were only accommodations made by people on our side of the line.
The line itself remained where it had always been, not in wood, not in wire, not in county records, but in whatever old understanding the mountain still kept and we had never fully been allowed to know. The land was never empty. That had been the central mistake in every generation of my family. Not that we disbelieved, but that we kept trying to imagine the upper part of the property as vacant until acted upon. Haunted, maybe, dangerous, yes, marked by stories and bad history, but still essentially empty, unless something chose to appear. It was not empty. It had never been empty. And ownership, in the end, had nothing to do with it. I put the truck in reverse without taking my eyes off the gate. The tires slipped once in the wet gravel and caught.
I backed down slowly until the collar blurred into the bars again, and the red cloth became only a dim bruise of color in the dusk. I did not turn the truck fully until the entrance had dropped partly out of sight behind the angle of the road. Even then, I kept checking the mirror, not because I expected pursuit, but because some habits become permanent once the body has paid enough to learn them. By the time I reached the county road, night had settled completely. The storm clouds held what little light remained so low and close to the horizon that the whole world looked sealed under dark glass. I drove home with my hands tight on the wheel and did not play the radio. The cab smelled faintly of mud and old leaves. Once at a stop sign, I caught my own face in the side mirror and saw in it something I had spent years trying not to inherit from the men before me. Not just fear, accommodation. The knowledge that there are places where explanation is not the same thing as permission, and where permission is the only thing that matters. I never went back after that evening, not because the property ceased to be mine on paper, not because the county stopped expecting taxes, or the gates stopped needing repairs, or storms suddenly learned to spare that ridge. I never went back because, by then, I finally understood the one truth my family had spent generations circling without ever managing to say cleanly enough for the young. We always called it our property. After that evening, I stopped using that word.